call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. The board would like to welcome the audience and thank you for attending. Viewers may watch Board of Education meetings and board committee meetings live at tcaps.net/board. Recorded meetings may be viewed on demand at the same address. Please rise and join Ms. Parker's second grade class at Cherry Knoll Elementary in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are moving to the review approval portion of the agenda. I do know that there was at least a technical change as well. I believe there was two policies that were both on consent and discussion, 5202, 5206. So I would like to strike both of those from consent. No other change needed because they are already on discussion. Is there any other changes to the agenda?
I'd like to remove 5405, 5406, and 5707.
Okay.
Can you repeat those?
5405, 5406, 5707.
Okay, so 5405 will become discussion item 10C17. 5406, 10C19, and 5707, 10C20.
It should be 5406 should be number 18.
Yes,
and then 5707.
Yes. So 5406, 18, 5707, 19. Thank you. Any other changes? If not, can I get a motion to approve as amended?
I move that it be approved as amended.
Second.
Alright, second, it was tight, but we'll give it to Josie here. Although, actually, because there's a change, can we do a roll call?
Trustee Pat,
Yes.
Trustee Ballinger,
Yes.
Trustee Bird,
Yes.
Trustee Moon Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Raymond, or I'm sorry, Trustee Schmidt, and Trustee Newman Bale.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, moving on to recognition, defined to Dr. Malwagner.
Yes, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our high school principal at West High School, Joe Esper, who's going to talk about our National Merit Finalists.
All right, good afternoon. I'm going to give you a little background on what we're recognizing today, and then I'll call our two seniors up. So this afternoon we get the opportunity to celebrate a pretty extraordinary accomplishment. We're recognizing both Madeline Bildew and Jackson Hochstetler, both seniors at Traverse City West, for achieving the very prestigious status as a National Merit Finalist. So just a little background on that. I'm sure everyone knows this, but in case you don't, each year there's about 1.6 million high school students that enter the National Merit Scholarship Program, either on purpose or on accident because they take the National Merit Scholarship PSAT, usually at their high schools at West and Central. We do that in October of junior year. So out of that, the merit competition pulls a pretty talented pool of individuals that they name commended students. And then those students have to go on and confirm their performance in the SAT, but also submit information about their academic record. It has to be impeccable and among the best in the country. They have to get an endorsement from their school, and they have to submit a pretty comprehensive application showcasing their achievements. So of that initial 1.6 million students, typically less than 15,000 are named semifinalists that advance to the finalist standing. So we're very fortunate to have two in TCAPS this year, Madeline Bildew and Jackson Hochstetler. I'm going to ask them both to come up at this time so they can stand and have eyes on them, which both of them do not like. We'll read a few things about them individually. So you guys can come right over here. Jackson. Okay, so first we'll highlight Madeline Bildew. Madeline has consistently demonstrated excellence throughout her journey in TCAPS. Her foundational years were at Central Grade and Willow Hill, up through the TAG program, and then to West Middle School. And then at Traverse City West Senior High, Madeline has truly shined and been able to dive into some of her interests and passion. So academically speaking, since it is a merit competition, we'll talk about some of their academic record. She's tackled 12 honors courses and 10 College Board advanced placement courses, including AP Calc and AP Lang at West Senior High. I believe you're also in the College Calc and Differential Equations class this year. And has definitely piqued her intellectual curiosity and problem-solving abilities throughout her years at West. Beyond the classroom, Madeline is quite a leader around West Senior High. She was captain of our volleyball team, definitely inspired and motivated her teammates, and she is the president of our National Honor Society, which is the biggest student group at West Senior High. So one of the things we like to do when we have this unique opportunity at Central or West, and a student is named a National Merit Finalist, we get a few remarks from their teachers. So a few of Madeline's teachers wanted to share these things. Julene Jenkins-Wall said, Madeline's thinking of problem solving is consistently ahead of everyone else, including the teacher. She's extremely thoughtful of the content and has exceptional executive functioning skills. Bridget Sharon, in Language Arts, observed, Madeline is the type of student that comes around once only every few years. She has intrinsic motivation that sets her apart from her peers. Although she's naturally gifted, both academically and athletically, she strives to work beyond her natural gift. She will be a remarkable sailor, reference to her future plans. Ms. Bancha praises her exceptional linguistic skills in Spanish. Mr. Reddy emphasized her maturity, perfectionism, and incredible kindness. And her counselor, Ms. Lee, said, Madeline is a natural leader, both confident and dedicated. Admired and respected by her teachers and peers, she has a commitment to excellence, a keen sensitivity to others, and an intense desire to learn at the highest level. So we know Madeline's family is very proud of her. Her parents, Audra and Nathan, are here, as well as her brother Nolan, running from tennis practice to get here. Definitely their support on the journey has been a big part of this as well. And now Madeline sets her sights on a new challenge after West, attending the U.S. Naval Academy. Her dedication to service and unwavering pursuit of excellence will undoubtedly serve her well in her next chapter as she serves our country. So Madeline, on behalf of Traverse City West and our entire staff and the community, we congratulate you on this remarkable achievement. Now you get to stay up here while we say nice things about Jackson. A little opportunity at the end. So next, we're happy to recognize Jackson Hochstetler, who has also earned the prestigious title of National Merit Finalist. Jackson's journey began at the Montessori Children's House, and then the West Middle School, culminating in a great 4 years at Traverse City West Senior High. Also an outstanding academic record. One thing I will point out, though, is like with national merit students, there is no formula, so it's not kids that took all the same courses or kids that have all the same interests. I would say both Jackson and Madeline, well, both outstanding, have taken very different paths at West and kind of throughout high school. In Jackson's case, he had 9 honors courses, 7 very rigorous AP courses, including AP Calc and AP Chem, which is considered one of the more difficult APs that TCAPS offers. But Jackson's talents go far beyond the classroom. He's a vital leader on our TC Titans robotics team, Team 3767. If you stop by Traverse City Central on Friday or Saturday, check it out. The robotics team under Jackson's leadership has achieved not only state level recognition, but worlds, which he now believes is the standard. Talk to Jackson and Jack and some of the guys from the team, they're already talking about, like, we need to do this to get to states, we need to do this to get to the worlds. They have a great plan for this weekend at TC Central, and they had a great plan the other weekend at Lake City. But that's a testament to Jackson's leadership, his innovative thinking, and his ability to inspire those around him. So a few notes from Jackson's teachers. Ms. Jenkins-Wall says, Jackson has usually solved the problem before I finish reading it. He often finds connections and is an excellent collaborator, which is one of those qualities you have to use. If you're familiar with how robotics works, it's a very collaborative endeavor. And to that end, Jackson and his crew last week, I think it was Wednesday, was the first night they got to practice in the new Innovation and Manufacturing Center. Those aren't open to the public yet, but ours is far enough ahead that the teams are able to practice there. So they've invited, I think they've had Elk Rapids there already, Greenspire, the Raptors from Traverse City Central are coming over. So there's always that collaborative element with Jackson. His counselor, Ms. Cam, added Jackson is a leader, he's highly intelligent, he's very personable, and was instrumental in growing the robotics program. Kel Myers highlighted Jackson is driven, brilliant, creative. His work ethic and problem-solving skills are far beyond his peers. His talent shines, especially in robotics. And the robotics coaches and professional engineers have stated that Jackson's CAD skills and creative problem-solving ability is well beyond theirs. And Dan Riedel, who is is our lead mentor for the robotics program, had just a few words to say about Jackson. He said, Jackson epitomizes the TCAPS core value of success for all by demonstrating just how much learning is possible through superior programs and extracurricular activities. He's maximized his full potential at Traverse City West. He's taken learning to a higher plane by digging in and actively learning skills, both from the formal classroom and his time in robotics. His knowledge and skills combined with the ability to apply to a technical problem achieve superior results. Through his leadership, he's extended this opportunity to the rest of the robotics team. He's already performing at a collegiate level as a senior in high school. So there was actually one other quote that I didn't put in here, but I was just talking to one of the 10th grade teachers the other day. And they had seen the press release, so they knew this was coming up. And they said not to put it in the presentation, so I did. But they said, you know, I was teaching a class that was probably like the one class he wasn't super interested in. And I noticed one time I was walking around and he wasn't actually doing what he was supposed to be doing. He was like sketching out something for robotics. But I just let him go because it was like, I couldn't even comprehend what he was doing. It was so advanced. I just had to let him go with that. So, definitely have the respect of your teachers. Also, Jackson certainly couldn't be here without the support of his family, his parents Tara and Brad, and his siblings Jonah and Finn. Jonah has already graduated from Traverse City West. Jackson has a number of college acceptances, and I believe did you make the final? Yep. And he is committing to the University of Michigan. So
Woohoo!
his talents will be well utilized there. Certainly connect with his interests, and he's talked about the technology and the items they have available there that he thinks he can really engage in during his college years. So we know he will continue to excel. So Jackson, your dedication, intelligence, and leadership are an inspiration to all of us. We're incredibly proud to have you represent Traverse City West Senior High.
Let's go over and get a photo.
Try and get it at the board, or do you want to stand? I don't know. Can I keep a ladder?
Okay, we can pull it up.
Pull it up. Oh, we're so bad. Yeah.
We're not participating.
One more round of applause.
Okay. Congratulations again. Moving on to public comment. I assume there is public comment, so I'm just going to go ahead and say the board has set aside this time, and individuals addressing the board shall have one opportunity to speak. You shall be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should not make personal attacks unrelated to actions affecting the school system, and we strongly encourage common courtesy and constructive feedback. Detailed rules and procedures, including a complaint process, are outlined in Board Policy 2504. Tammy?
Scott Richards.
Scott Richards, Green Lake Township. I'd like to, first of all, them 2 students that spoke last school board meeting. Just want you to know I'm praying for them. I'd like you guys to look up the story of Jordan Benet from Marquette, Michigan. Sad story. I wonder if these books that are in the library, Red, White, and Royal Blue, Gender Queer, All Boys Aren't Blue, I wonder if any of those books had anything to do with the story of Jordan. The other thing is the school board candidates that put in applications, I would like them to be put out on the public so the public can read them over before you guys vote on them. And I would like all 8 candidates to be able to speak their mind from the school board instead of it being cut down to 4 people. 3 minutes is much to listen to. Thank you.
Lucy Webb.
Good evening, good to see you all. I'm Reverend Lucy Walker-Webb, and I'm a local spiritual leader here, as well as the small business owner in Traverse City, and a parent as well. I've known Jessie Forrester for about 4 years now, and I've worked alongside her in our work with the SALT Coalition, and it was in fact at a TCAPS meeting where we met about 4 years ago. We were here together in the other building speaking about the importance of creating a school community that honors the diversity, the equity, the inclusion, and the belonging of all children, all parents, all people within the school community. And since then, I've witnessed Jessica serve as a powerful leader in our community, not only through our shared work with the SALT Coalition, but also in her own faith community, and when she served on the Human Rights Commission and as a volunteer. I think one of her greatest strengths is that she listens and then leads. She listens and then leads, and she listens and then leads over and over and over again. I've watched her take the time to really slow down and do the important work of gathering information, listening to the community, and discerning a path collectively before taking action. And she doesn't get stuck there. Sometimes we get stuck in the listening mode. She listens, and then she has the capacity to not only move forward and act from that listening place, but take powerful action and lead to bring others alongside her in that action on behalf of the community. She has the ability to see the big picture and build relationship when it really matters. She doesn't shy away from connecting to those who will help move the work forward. And I trust that she will continue to listen and to lead in her service on the TCAPS school board, to listen to parents, to listen to children, to listen to teachers, and to our community as a whole. Her legal background gives her key skills to be able to navigate the many responsibilities that you must tend while on the board, from managing properties to budgets to any possible litigation that may arise. And lastly, she's a parent within the TCAPS school system. And it feels so important to me to continue to prioritize the leadership of those who are most directly impacted by the decisions of this body to be a part of that decision-making process. I trust she will continue to make decisions that are in the interest of not only her own children, but all the families in this district, and put community and education first in her leadership. I encourage you today to appoint Jessica Forrester to the vacant position on the TCAPS board. Thank you.
Brianna Motley.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to read my comments and to kind of talk in support of Jessica Forrester. I too have had the honor of being able to serve next to her in various community engagements from a volunteer's perspective. I value the commitment that each of you have as our school district for meeting the needs of all students. Part of your success as a board is your ability to listen, to evaluate, to make decisions, and move forward as a team. I'm a parent of 2 adult children who graduated from West High School in 2022. I've been a volunteer since the fall of 2014 as part of a weekly school mentoring program at Traverse Heights Elementary. And the past 2 years, I've also been a volunteer Young Life leader at Traverse City High School each Monday. Yes, Jessica comes with a solid professional resume and a demonstrated passion for seeing that everyone in our community has an opportunity to thrive. She champions the principle that when the least in our community thrive, then we all do better. Her community activism is firsthand, as she brings her time, her talent, and her treasure. She has a realistic understanding of the needs of families in the school district, along with the importance of education for the future success of all students. Jessica has compassion and is an authentic communicator, where people feel heard with sincerity and respect. She builds consensus and problem solving by acknowledging all stakeholders and their competing priorities. Jessica uses this engagement to help facilitate the best solution possible. I've been able to serve by her side during times when challenging the status quo was not only the right thing to do, but was also not extremely popular. Her unwavering integrity, her grace under pressure, and her leadership was courage for many. Part of her integrity is pursuing successful long-term solutions and not quick fixes for complex problems. I have no doubts that Jessica will be an excellent addition to your board, and her positive impact will have a lasting reach. As I like to say, Jessica's the real deal. Thank you.
Ann O'Dowd.
Hello, my name is Ann O'Dell. I retired from teaching from the Frankenmuth School District, and I presently live in Leelanau County. I'm here before you to share a bit about Jessie Forrester, who is a finalist for the open seat on the TCAPS Board of Education. I presently serve on the SALT core team with Jessie, SALT being an acronym for Spiritual Activists Leading Together. I would first like to share a little bit about the principal who hired me in Frankenmuth. She eventually became our superintendent, and then she continued on to become the mayor of Frankenmuth. During her time as principal and superintendent, her motto was a place for all kids. The reason that I share that is because Jessie displays so many of those traits that this woman exhibited. I have the utmost respect for everything that Jessie puts her heart and soul into. Jessie is someone with very strong moral principles. Her listening skills are readily apparent the moment you meet her, and she listens to all sides of an issue. We've worked on many different areas in SALT, and some of those issues could sometimes get messy and complicated. But that's where Jessie's patience and perseverance to reach a consensus with everyone's input shines through. I always get a sense from working with Jessie that at the end of the day, the conclusion felt like it was just the right thing to do. And she will always have the students' best interests in mind. In addition to all those qualities that I mentioned that Jessie exemplifies, I've also observed her as a very dedicated mother of 3 children. If elected to serve on the TCAPS Board of Education, I know that she will always strive to create an environment that encompasses a place for all kids. And I would like to thank all of you for your hard work and your dedication that you display by serving on the board. Thank you.
Jennifer Buchan.
Hello, board members. My name is Jennifer Boitine. I'm a Traverse City resident and a local business owner, a community volunteer, and my most important job is mom to 6-year-old twins. They just turned 6, who started kindergarten in the TCAPS system this year at Willow Hill Elementary. My kids are not in the same class as Jessie Forster's kids. And we didn't meet on campus. We met outside of campus at a random workout class. But when she found out that I had kids entering the school system at TCAPS, she offered her insights and offered to become a friend. And I think that that's just one quality that exemplifies embodying what you hope for in an elected official and somebody who represents you, someone who's open and willing to meet people where they are. Where I was as a mom just entering the school system in a type of environment that's totally different from when I was in kindergarten, with the safety regulations that have been implemented because the world has been changing, with the way parents and teachers communicate and parents are allowed to communicate with each other. All of it feels almost like a different language, learning a totally different way of being. And I've been able to count on Jessie this whole year as an ally and as somebody who's able to really thoughtfully help me navigate the beginning of my kids' education in the system. And it's not always easy when you have kindergartners who have fights on the playground or miscommunications with their teachers. And every time something has come up, she's really listened deeply. She's offered creative and thoughtful insights that account for many different perspectives. And I know that her advice is advice that I've been able to count on. And I think that, I know that you probably have other candidates who are really qualified for this job, and I'm grateful to all of you for your leadership in the district. I just think it speaks volumes when you're able to have somebody sit on the school board who is experiencing every day with her own children what we're going through as parents of young children going through the TCAPS system. So for those and for all the other more eloquently expressed reasons that other people in the room have already shared, I urge you to please consider voting for Jessie for the vacant school board seat. Thank you very much.
Julie Delazen.
Hi, my name is Reverend Julie Delazine. I'm the senior pastor of the Presbyterian Church of Traverse City. I am also a mom to a TCAPS student at Eastern Elementary. I am grateful. It looks like you have 4 very strong candidates for the open position. I'm here today to support Jessie Forrester. Jessie was one of the first people that I met when I moved to Traverse City about a year ago. Our church is part of the SALT Coalition, where Jessie is the lead organizer. And when I met her, I was just blown away by her intelligence and by her energy, by her pursuit of justice and equity and inclusion in this community. As mentioned before, she's a great listener, and she took the time to really listen to me. And as we imagine what could be together, I think she would bring a fresh perspective to the board. She has an excellent ability to analyze challenges and move people to solutions. She has an ability, as has been said, to listen well to others, including those who might disagree with her, all while holding to her own integrity and values. So thank you so much.
Beth Strausch.
Hello. I too am here to support Jessie Forrester's nomination. So my name is Beth Strow, and I live in Traverse City with my husband and my 2 children. And we currently attend Willow Hill. I have 2 children at Willow Hill. So I do appreciate the opportunity to share my insights and express my strong support for Jessica. My family and I relocated to Traverse City about 3 years ago, and I met Jessie while we were volunteering in my son's kindergarten class. From the very start, she welcomed me with open arms, offering ideas on how to integrate into the community, as well as navigating my children's setup at Willow Hill. Over time, I witnessed Jessie firsthand, her unwavering acceptance of all, whether she was speaking at the church, accompanying a woman who recently overcame homelessness at a doctor's appointment to advocate for her care, or simply just being present at school, handing out lollipops with me, and participating in classroom activities. She definitely represents empathy, integrity, and a thoughtful approach in all that she does. This year I faced a very small personal challenge where I learned my son was struggling with reading fluency and stamina, which led to his situational anxiety. Mornings became difficult for us where he would say, "Mom, my tummy hurts. Mom, my head hurts. Please don't send me to school. I don't want to go to school." And all of this was just a result of him needing a slight tweak to his learning needs. When I received this information, I was immediately overwhelmed and panicked, of course, as a mother. What interventions do I take? How do I engage with teachers effectively? Am I asking too much of Willow Hill? Am I asking too little? I don't know. Where do I go for support? So the first call that I made was to Jessie. In a moment of panic, she said, let's go get some coffee, let's talk. We sat down and she listened. I feel like I'm a good mom, but I'm certainly not a good teacher, which I've learned. But I was able to strategize with her and understand how I can help break down some things for my son to get him the support that he needs. Jessie just sat there and listened, she understood, and through this conversation, she helped me understand what teachers face every day. Our educators are nothing short of superheroes, in my opinion. They balance the needs of diverse students of 25 to 30 sometimes in a classroom. And on top of the needs of the students, they're also balancing the needs of all the parents. Jessie helped me understand that, walked me through that, and she kind of taught me how to push back where it was needed, but also allow some grace where that was needed as well, just due to the overload of the teachers. So to this day, my son is back on track with reading. As there was 20 seconds, okay. The moment that moment reaffirmed already what I know, that many of the children in TCAPS need more intervention, they need more one-on-one help, and they need someone to advocate for them. We need to work together, and I believe that Jessie will be the advocate champion for both children and teachers to inspire and motivate and uplift our school. With that, I sincerely urge the board to welcome.
Thank you, your time is up.
New voice. Okay. Thank you.
Erica Mastromonaco.
Hi, thank you so much. I've had the privilege over the past few months to co-lead with Jessie on a community project. I've been able to witness firsthand how she leads. Here are a few things I've seen. First, Jessie does not shy away from a complex decision or issue. She leans in with curiosity, asking questions to further her knowledge and understanding. She does this graciously in one-on-one interactions and seamlessly in a group setting. She looks at things from all sides and encourages other perspectives in order to make the best decision. Secondly, she is passionate about seeking a solution where everyone thrives. This includes fellow board members, teachers, administrative staff, and students. As a mom of 3 young children who are in the TCAPS school system, she has a vested interest in the well-being of this district. She will bring a fresh and current perspective to the table. There's so many other qualities that Jessie would bring to this board, but I'd like to touch on how I feel as a leader working alongside Jessie. As we've been planning, brainstorming, hashing things out, and discussing strategy, I have never felt more empowered as a leader. What we are trying to accomplish is something far bigger than I have ever done. I'm confident bringing my ideas, knowing that they will be heard and considered. I feel empowered in my skills and abilities. I believe that she can bring that to this board and to each board member as well. Thank you.
Betty Dickinson.
Hello, my name is Reverend Betty Dickinson. I'm a spiritual leader in our community and a nonprofit leader, as well as a business owner. And I'm also a TCAPS parent with 2 children at Willow Hill Elementary School. I'm here tonight to wholeheartedly support Jessica Forrester for the open position for the school board. As a parent deeply invested in the well-being and future of our schools, I believe Jessie is exactly the kind of leader that we need. Her extensive leadership experience, from serving on church leadership teams to leading with SALT, has equipped her with the unique ability to gather people across diverse perspectives. She's also served as the chair of the Traverse City Human Rights Commission and led in various interfaith spaces, demonstrating her commitment to peacemaking and community building. As a community organizer, she's had one-on-one conversations with over 100 individuals in the last couple of years. Just think about that. Several of these people have mentioned that as well. And when she does, as many of her advocates here have recognized, she listens deeply, she listens well, she seeks to understand needs and build bridges. This has given her a pulse on the heartbeat of our community, enabling her to advocate effectively for the underserved. She's a thoughtful listener and empathetic problem solver. She's able to navigate complex issues with both clarity and confidence. Her heart for inclusion and her commitment to making Traverse City schools safe, welcoming for every child to thrive is undeniable. With 3 children at TCAPS, Jessie's actively involved, volunteering as a lunch buddy at Willow Hill Elementary and engaging in community with many faith leaders as well. She identifies real needs within our schools and works towards thoughtful, community-centered solutions. Her background in law strengthens her ability to approach challenges with discernment and articulate complex issues. Jessica's strengths lie in her ability to empathize with diverse perspectives and foster spaces where all voices are heard. She balances competing concerns and strategic planning with wisdom and grace. Her proven track record as a community organizer, peacemaker, and bridge builder makes her an invaluable asset to our district. I'm confident Jessie's leadership will enrich our school board and shape TCAPS into a thriving community for all students. So I urge you to consider her for this important role. Thank you.
Rachel Benamagilia.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Ventimiglia, a TCAPS parent, 2 kiddos at Eastern, and a Traverse City resident, and I'm here to express my support for my good friend Jessie Forrester's candidacy for the open school board position. As an attorney, a dedicated interfaith community leader, organizer, and most importantly, a parent of 3 TCAPS students, Jessie brings a deep commitment to integrity, collaboration, and student success. Jessie has spent years working to bring people together, whether through her legal expertise, her role in the SALT Coalition, or her service on the TC Human Rights Commission. She understands that leadership isn't about competition, it's about working together for the good of our students, teachers, and families like my own. That's exactly the mindset we need on this board. She knows firsthand the deep strengths and challenges of our district. She has volunteered in our schools and engaged with families of all walks of life. She recognizes the incredible dedication of our teachers and staff while acknowledging the critical issues we must address. Her ability to listen, problem solve, and lead with compassion will make her such an asset for this board. She is one of the most caring, open-minded, and compassionate individuals I have the pleasure of knowing. Most importantly, Jessie is committed to making sure every child in TCAPS has the opportunity to thrive. She's not running for personal gain or politics. She's running because she's a community member and a parent who cares and has the qualifications to succeed. And that is exactly the type of leadership our schools need. I strongly encourage you to appoint Jessica Forrester to the TCAPS Board of Education. Thanks so much for listening.
Bill Wiesner.
Bill Wiesner, Traverse City, and you can find most of my stuff down at the bottom here, tcfamily.org. Check it out if you haven't. This proclamation for morality that I've handed out tonight is definitely on there. And I'd like anyone to read this and dispute these statistics on here. All people are created in God's image and should be treated with love and respect. But all behaviors aren't equal. And the behaviors on here, it's actually promoting immorality and high-risk behavior. Check it out. This is not something to be promoted. One word on the Human Rights Commission, that came out of Germany. And they had a human rights something, or I don't know the exact name, but it came right out of Germany, and they were trying to explain why homosexuals were born that way, that sort of thing. And that's a way to advance that cause. That specifically, you can read it on my website, look up Germany, Dr. Scott Lively, that sort of stuff. I'll mention again from Tattle, Michelle Howard, she mentioned again, she's complaining about book banning, but she has 800 books promoting homosexuality and 4 on the other side, a compassionate view. Why are these books being hidden from young people in the schools. They're only seeing one side, complaining about book banning. Same thing with TC West, TC Central, 500, 400 books, no books on the other side. At least Tattle has 0.5% showing the truth. This is book banning, book burning. That happened in Germany. That's when they burnt the data on, this one guy quoted a historian. He said not 10% of the people leading Hitler's Germany were sexually normal. That's what they were burning because they didn't want that information out. And again, those who are so-called allies of this movement, this is Hitler's Germany, Dr. Lively's book. I hope some of you downloaded it. Seen with the young man, promoting this to children there. You're not allies, you're enemies of these children when you promote it. And the last one's running out of time. An Oxford study, this is on your agenda, finds transgender surgery increasing depression, suicide ideation rates. I looked up that article. Before this guy took his life, he wrote, he would never have done it if it hadn't been tricked into this movement.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesner, your time's up.
Thank you.
Darcy Pickren.
Hi, it's good to be back. I haven't been here for a while. I've been on a number of boards in the area. I teach a life skill course in jail called SALT. So I was kind of surprised to see another SALT. Ours is 7 areas of life training, and we do that every Monday morning, so I was in the jail today. I did send a letter to the board, and I hope that you read it, and I just want to give a different perspective here tonight. Mr. Andrew Raymond will be missed. I appreciate the opportunity to offer an opinion regarding his successor for the remaining time of his term here on the board. According to a majority of current school board members, 3 attributes were considered especially important. Experience in finance, I haven't heard that yet, connection to elementary schools, and someone who communicates well with others. Also someone who brings a unique perspective. To me, a unique perspective is subjective, but that's okay. I'm an advocacy, not an activist. And I really believe that more importantly here, the candidate should have the ability to fill Mr. Raymond's remaining 2 years without taking time to undergo a process of instruction and training or training. During the interviewing process, the TCAPS board members gave Mr. Scott Hardy 5 votes. I believe he possesses the attributes the board is seeking at this time. And I believe he would step into the role immediately due to his background, experience, and knowledge of the role of what his responsibilities are as a TCAPS board member. I realize he may garner some criticism due to his involvement in other local committees. However, being one that's been on a lot of committees, one cannot please everyone all the time. He is a good choice. The TCAPS board members gave Mr. Peter Mooney 4 votes. He is also a viable good candidate. I believe Mr. Mooney would step into Mr. Raymond's shoes rather quickly, and with his experience bring valuable skills to the TCAPS board. I do not know him personally, but his background, experience, and knowledge of the school district is helpful for solving problems and finding solutions. He seems to be in a position to take on the task and be an asset to this board now and into the future. I trust you will think about not only the here and now, but the future of the TCAPS board. An election will take place in 2024 for your board members. I am a proud parent of 2 kids that attended this school, West Junior High and West Senior High. I have 14 grandchildren that I'm very proud of, and I care very deeply about children, and I thank the school board for their service.
Mary Van Valen.
I already emailed you about my support for Jessica Forrester. But since the last meeting, I have been thinking a lot of those students who spoke. And I want you to know that my expectation of the school board and everybody who interacts with students is that every student will be so respected. Every student will feel connected. And every student will feel safe. Thank you.
I don't have a pen, so I didn't write anything. So it's just an empty thing. Marcelo, Betty.
Marcelo Betty.
Good evening. My name is Marcelo Betty, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of Jessica Forster's candidacy for the open board seat. I am an attorney with a local nonprofit organization that provides low-cost or free immigration legal services to low-income individuals. And the reason I mention this is because it was through a work-related matter that I first met Jessica several years ago during the time when she was a member of the Traverse City Human Rights Commission. At that time, one of my clients was experiencing unfair treatment by a local government agency, and I reached out to the commission for help. And the commission, and Jessica in particular, stepped up and helped mediate a negotiation with the agency and thus help protect my client's rights. I was very impressed by her problem-solving skills and, more importantly, her commitment to improving our community and protecting some of its most vulnerable members. That was the first, but not the only time that I have seen Jessica working to advance justice and the public good. In addition to other matters that she's handled in her role as a Human Rights Commissioner, Jessica has dedicated extensive time to serving as a volunteer, as a teacher, and as a leader within our community. This is a person who is deeply committed to the public interest and who is willing and able to use her qualifications to advance the common good, all while displaying utmost integrity and compassion. As a father of school-aged children, I would be very, very happy to see Jessica become a part of this board because I am confident that she has the skills and the demeanor to be an effective board member. Thank you.
Concludes our.
All right, thank you. That completes public comment. So moving on to the first discussion item, which is the election of an interim board. So the board, this vacancy, just some technical details, this vacancy will, or this appointment will expire on December 31st, 2026. I'm just highlighting some of the things said in previous meetings. The candidate pool was very strong, and we really appreciate everyone for applying. It does make our jobs a little bit harder, but I think that's something we do appreciate. After we did a little bit of the process where we had an executive committee, we called a meeting to narrow the candidates down to no more than 5. We ended up with 4 because of the tied vote process. And we also set out a list of kind of rules of how we're going to do today to try and make it so we knew what we're getting into before we got to the table. We then posted all of the packets for the finalists online and encouraged the public to provide any feedback that they wished. And plenty of feedback was received, so we do appreciate the engagement in this. And every candidate receives support, and it again goes to the quality of the candidate pool. When we went through the rule process, if you didn't watch the meeting, we chose that there would be 5 minutes for each candidate to speak. You do not have to use the 5 minutes. It will not be seen negatively if you are less, but we did have 5 minutes for the candidates to speak. The board will be asked to only ask clarifying questions, and the responses will be limited to 1 minute. There will be, as soon as we're done with that, we'll move straight to voting. We will be voting for up to the top 3 candidates. The first place vote will get 3 points from that trustee, second place 2, third place 1. you cannot vote for a person more than once. However, you do not have to vote for more than one candidate, so you can vote for 1, 2, or 3 candidates. If there is a two-way tie, we will just vote for the candidate we support. If there is a three-way tie, we will vote again with just the 3 board members rather than the 4. If there is a 4-way tie, we haven't discussed that, we will deal with it then. The appointed candidate will be invited to sit at the table. They will not be a voting member because they do have to take an oath of office that will not be performed until after the meeting. So that, I believe, is the clarification of everything discussed up until this point. If there's no clarifying questions on the process, then we can just move to the first statement, which is Jessica.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the honor of being a finalist for the Board of Education. I'm honored by the support tonight. I tried to not tear up hearing all of that, and to be one of these 4 finalists. It is really wonderful to see how much care we have for our school community. We all want what's best for our students, and it makes me very proud to be a TCAPS parent. And that pride and desire for working towards what is best for each child to reach their individual level of achievement is a core reason why I would be honored to serve on the Board of Education. As has been stated, I am the parent of 3 young kids, all of whom are within the TCAPS system, and we are at the very beginning stages of their education. We will be within the TCAPS system for the next 11 to 13 years. And for this reason, I am deeply invested in what happens now within the school system, as it will directly impact my family for the next decade or more. And I'm not only invested in the success of TCAPS, but I am an asset to the Board of Education's ability to fulfill its responsibility to support Dr. Van Wagner and the TCAPS community. I recognize that public education is immensely complicated, and that the decisions weighing on the district are heavy and layered. I recognize that the district feels the impact of budget constraints, all while trying to build an equitable, mission-based budget that balances the need of our very economically diverse student body. But as you see from my experience and from the kind words that were spoken today, I do not shy away from the hard things. I do not shy away from weighing into the tension through compassion with the goal to work towards the best resolve, the best situation given the current circumstances. I bring a fresh perspective to this board, but one that is rooted in experience. As an attorney, I am experienced in finding solutions in complex and layered situations. I am experienced in reviewing regulatory policy to apply to help my clients come into compliance with state and federal laws. I actually enjoy policy. Like, sign me up for that stuff. Because of this experience, when I see a complex problem, my thought process goes to the larger strategic question. I don't get stuck in the weeds. Because yes, we have to solve the problems that come across our desks, but we must be focused on the larger strategic mission. In addition, my experience on the City of Traverse City's Human Rights Commission, particularly while I served as the chair on that commission, is valuable to the board because I am experienced in running a public board, cooperating with staff, and recognizing the responsibilities and the limits of serving on a board within the public sector. I am experienced in bringing divergent views together to build a cohesive strategic mission. My role as the lead community organizer for the interfaith organization SALT, which has been mentioned multiple times today, has allowed me to build deep community-wide relationships that have helped us further our mission to make this community a place where everybody can thrive. The relationships are valuable to me serving on the Board of Education as we continue to consider what's best for our TCAPS community, including teachers and staff, and including our students and programs like the Student Support Network. I thrive in a place where building relationships, listening, and advocating for what is best for our neighbors is the focus. I lead through intentional relational equity, and the results are clear as SALT has made massive strides to building a more equitable community and empowering leaders as we go. As a TCAPS Board of Education trustee, this is what you can expect from me. You can expect me to lead through relationship. You can expect me to lean into the difficult conversations and not shying away from the tension, all with the goal of supporting our superintendent and setting policy that helps our students thrive. I will work hard. I will act with humility and compassion. I will listen with the goal to understand. And I will keep my focus on working with all of you collaboratively so that we can fulfill TCAP's mission to support every student on their academic journey. I thank you very much for your service to our community, and I hope for the honor to serve alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're due, if there's any clarifying questions, we're due by candidate before we move on. It's probably the easiest way. So is there any clarifying questions from board member? And just to be clear, when we laid this out to board members, there was an expectation of not needing to ask questions. So if you do not get any questions, please do not see that as a negative. It was just purely the way we were trying to make sure that if there's anything that's key clarifying that we could ask that. So is there any? Yep.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you for speaking and applying. Just a couple of quick questions. Have you ever had a chance to review our budget?
I have, yes.
Okay. And one of the things that we're faced with as board members is the possibility of having a much lower budget, in given years and not being able to provide. In that kind of situation, what kind of viewpoint or strategy would you see using for that?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Bird. Yes, the unique context of this district with the geographical scope and, as I said, with the economically diverse student body that we have, the constraints of state funding, I hear. I also reviewed the study session from October to really understand what you all are facing. And my goal and what I would think is that as we set into strategic planning, that we want to continue to allocate the resources that we have available to us to meet our strategic plan. And then also my role as an advocate and my experience as an advocate would help to advocate for more funding, like community-wide funding to support this, the student support network, like I mentioned before, advocating even at the state level. So I believe that there's an opportunity for us to support both from a strategic standpoint and setting policy to really focus on those strategic goals that this board's going to set within the next few months, and also advocating as much as possible for more funding so that our students can thrive.
Thank you. I did forget to say that we were limiting responses to 1 minute, but you nailed it anyway. So thank you for that. Any other clarifying questions?
I just wanted to ask about the time commitment. We had a question about that to all candidates, and I did see your response, and I wondered if it exceeds 15 to 20 hours per month, how would you handle that?
I believe in also my answer, I said that I recognize that there's times where it will exceed that, so I would absolutely be able to handle that. If I am appointed to this board, this is going to be my main priority. I can balance the work that I do with Saul along with the responsibilities of this board, and I would put my full heart into it and balance that and get a lot of support for childcare. So thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Any other clarifying questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next candidate is Scott Hardy.
I put together some remarks. I don't think it will take 5 minutes to do this, but before I get into the remarks, let me state that my name is Scott Hardy, I'm a lifelong resident of Traverse City. I went through the entire TCAPS system, as did my wife. I have 4 grandkids at Westwoods Elementary. I have a daughter who's a teacher at Westwoods Elementary, and we talk elementary school a lot because of the frustrations and also the exemplary performance of my grandkids. So I'd like to tout them here at the meeting. First and foremost, let me thank the TCAPS board and administration for all you do with students and parents in this area. Public education is really at the heart of any successful community. And we have a school system here we can be proud of. As to this appointment, This is a 2-year replacement term, which is completely unlike endorsing a prospective new board member for a full 4-year term. We're about to embark on what may become a very volatile time for public education, and that new board member is going to need to be up to speed immediately. This could all happen quickly and will require a collaborative and informed response from all of our TCAPS board members. The federal government is going to force the state and in turn TCAPS to possibly deal with the reduction in the general fund revenues that you all have. I was on the board previously when very hard financial choices were presented to the board and we had to make some difficult decisions. For example, closing and selling Old Mission School was presented to the entire board as one of several difficult choices while I was on the finance committee, chair of the finance committee. Do we continue to spend well over $1 million a year to support around 160 students on Old Mission Peninsula? Or do we redirect that $1 million plus into curriculum and instruction for the other 9,000 students we were teaching at the time? Additionally, we could actualize another $1.2 million from the sale of that property that we could reinvest in those same classrooms. The entire board, based partly on recommendations from our financial team, chose to sell. It was a very tough choice, and a choice that this board may also face in a different fashion in the very near future. I strongly believe that most of the improvement we need to see in student performance will start with classroom teachers and their administrators. Whether it's test scores, behavioral issues, student apathy, or even cell phones, we need to involve those who are being asked to implement those policies and what they think will work. As board members, it's not our role to involve ourselves in that process, but we can ask our loan director board, the superintendent, to encourage Dan and Jesse to make sure we have regularly asked classroom teachers for their opinion. Lastly, let me say thank you to the other candidates who volunteered to serve out this 2-year term. Your willingness to serve is greatly appreciated, as is your amazing sense of community commitment. Whomever you've chosen, I believe they're doing this for the right reason. Now, I'm happy to field any questions that you may have at this point.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions?
I just have one question, Scott. And I know you have served for 6 years prior and then didn't choose to run again.
Right.
And why now?
I have a really strong commitment to public education, and you're about to embark on a very critical 2-year period that's going to need all hands on deck. And I was asked by a couple of people if I would throw my hat in the ring on this. And I agreed to do that because, again, of my belief in public education, and also because I have a vested stake in this. I have 4 grandchildren and a daughter and a cousin who are all involved in the TCAPS system. And it makes our community better if you prosper. So it's public commitment, it's public service, it's what I've done all my life, and it's what I want to continue to do.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions?
Yeah, actually, I have a similar question, a related question, and that would be, would you be willing to run and campaign in 2026 if you were elected for another term?
I've done it twice before. I won't state unequivocally that I would run again for a 4-year term, but it's certainly in my blood to do so. And I guess it depends on how successful I am in helping the TCAPS board coalesce around some of the problems you've got and what's outstanding going forward. So yes, with a qualifier. Also, I need to ask my wife.
Always the most important thing.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. The next candidate is Becky Lund.
Good evening, everyone. I have no concept of volume. Sorry. My name is Becky Lent. I am honored to be here. Was very excited when I found the posting on the website and I'm just excited about the opportunity to be a bigger part of TCAPS and Traverse City. Couple of things, my family moved here not quite 3 years ago from Arizona. So I am new to Traverse City in that regard. We were in Arizona for 45 years, not quite a native though. But in my time in Arizona, I was a teacher. So I was a school teacher for 26 years there, retired from teaching in Arizona, taught 2nd grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, math, English, science, high school English, high school Cambridge program English, high school algebra, and then summer school for a couple of different things. As well as a gifted education program that was multi-grade, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students, all in the same classroom. So when you ask about expertise or knowledge in the areas of curriculum, planning, budgeting, working as a team, being an advocate for students, for children, for parents, for families, I've been doing that for a really long time, and I absolutely love it. When our family came here, I was able to then, like I said, retire from teaching. My husband was also a school teacher, and he got a position at TC West Senior High, teaching American Sign Language. The West Senior High school family just completely embraced our family, and I cannot thank them enough. His time there was shortened, unfortunately, by a diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. And that is where that West family really came into play for us. I have never seen the response and the outpouring of support. So that speaks directly to you as a Board of Education, the things you provide for your administrative teams at the different schools, as well as the support you give for the teaching staff, the support staff on campus. They really stepped up for us. As a result of that, I went back into the school and took on a position at West Senior doing, they called it School Safety Liaison. It's a very politically correct and fancy way to say campus security. So as a retired teacher, I was in a position to then build relationships with students with an entirely different goal in mind, to support their mental health, their emotional health, and their mental health and emotional safety. Outside of that role in TCAPS, I have had leadership roles when I was in education, member, facilitator, sponsor, founder of academic committees, curriculum committees. I founded a grant writing committee at 2 different schools. So when you talk about budgeting and finance, not only am I amazing with mathematics, but I also have a strong sense of organization and the capacity to really come up with creative ways to find avenues for funding that may or may not have been previously considered. I've had different business partnerships in my time with the Society of Automotive Engineers. They've now gone international. The National Society of Black Engineers, the Arizona Coyotes and the Arizona Diamondbacks as far as sports programs and academics back in Arizona. Community groups I've been involved in, Special Olympics in Arizona. I was also a parent advocate for students and, well, for young adults and adults with disabilities. I volunteered at a program called One Step Beyond, which is for adults with disabilities and how they fit into and what is their role become as a community. So again, that access to diversity I have been living my entire life and my entire career. I also am a parent of 2 adult boys. One of them stayed in Arizona when we moved. He does not like the cold or the snow or the rain. We have a lot of that here, I have found. But our younger son is here with me. He is an adult with disabilities. And so we have already in Michigan and here in Traverse City gotten involved with.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Our time is up.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, we do have, it could be, I would say we do have, there could be clarifying questions.
Somebody asked me about my Michigan stuff. I'm just kidding, sorry.
Very good. Any clarifying questions?
I'm just gonna ask about the time commitment again. If it exceeds your expectation of 12 to 20 hours per month, how would you handle that?
So I actually just recently left my position at West Senior High School, so I am now a stay-at-home mom. So I have time to invest in TCAPS and the community for as much as you need. I'm still going to the robotics event this weekend and Sunday to the musical at West. So yeah, I'm very invested in the community, so those hours would not be an issue.
I would say, I just have a quick question, and thank you for putting your name in. So I know you just moved here 3 years ago, and just trying to understand a little bit, I think a strength of a board member is the connection, you know, to our community. And so outside of that West Senior High connection, what are some other areas that you are connected to our community?
You are wonderful. That's where I was going when you ran out of time. We have already, my husband and I, and then my son and I now, we have become active with the Northern Lakes Community Mental Health programs and services here. I've been a parent advocate for other families that we've met. I already am a volunteer with Special Olympics of Michigan, Area 2. I am currently an advocate for a wonderful lady with the Northern Michigan Disability Network. She's deaf. I'm also fluent conversationally in Spanish and in American Sign Language. So I've done some things there with the Disability Network with her in the courts in the last 6 months. And I also brought in a couple of teachers from Arizona to move here to Michigan and helped them and supported them to complete the process through the Department of Education. And then the last one, MDHHS, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. I have to remember all those. Working with them and again, working as an advocate to support their programs and things they have available.
Thank you.
All right, any other clarifying questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the final candidate is Peter Mooney.
Hi, first of all, thank you for the consideration and picking me to be one of the top 4. Obviously, these other candidates and other people were pretty fantastic too, and you all have mentioned that. So, you know, we submitted all the information. You guys have read a lot about that. You know and understand what I do for a living. One of the things that I wanted to just share with you is part of the reasons as to why. So, operations manager for McDonald's, and one of the things that I absolutely love about my role, my position, is the opportunity that I'm able to give people that don't know or see or understand that they have it within the McDonald's system. The way it's set up is that you don't need education, degree, and those type of things to be successful within McDonald's. Very diverse owner-operator from the bottom to top, and most people that are owner-operators today don't have the education beyond high school. And so the opportunity that we're able to give and pull out of people to their fullest is just amazing. That's one of the things why I love what I'm able to do. I also coach youth wrestling. I'm a volunteer coach for youth wrestling program in Traverse City here. And another thing that I try to do through that is get the kids to understand their fullest opportunity that they have. And wrestling is what they say is 90% mental, 10% physical. So in the youth and the younger kids, it's really about emotional IQ. I'm really trying to get them to understand their body physically, mentally, and it is such a reward as you go through the season and you see these kids and what they're learning and they're able to do and push themselves harder. And it transpires to other different aspects in life. So something that I'm very passionate about. My position has also allowed me to really be in the public eye and see all different types of walks of life and dealing with owner operators to improve people, to a customer clientele base, and just having an understanding and approach of empathy and being able to understand people's hard-earned money and where they're spending it and why and things like that. So it's been a learning curve, especially as I was younger, coming out of college, but it's taught me a lot of things through the process. So it's been enjoyable and I like being there. So then the approach, one of the approaches with McDonald's, what they talk about is that you begin with the end in mind. And it's part of how we train our managers, so people that want to step up and do some type of management role and continue. So beginning with the end in mind, trying to set up this here to be speaking in front of you guys. I guess my approach was a little different, and so I decided to ask my 7-year-old son, humbly, why do you think I should be on the board? What I should tell them, something about me. And his name's Finnegan, but the story that I always told him is I started wrestling when I was a kid, and when I was 6 years old, I didn't win a match. I didn't not only win a match, I got pinned in the first period every single time for the whole entire season. Smile on my face. My dad always says, "You want to do it again next year?" Heck yeah. So last year was my oldest son's first full year of wrestling, and we tell that story because he had a lot of success last year. And he likes to remind me of that sometimes, that, Dad, you remember your first year? This year was a little different. He had a different experience. He's a bigger kid, and he's wrestling older kids most often. And so we talk about is work ethic. And what he said to me is that I think you should also tell them that just like when you were a kid, you were very good. You weren't very good as a wrestler, and you stuck with it. And your first year, you didn't win a match, you got pinned, and then you never gave up for the rest of your school years, and you got better. Same with being a wrestling coach, that you were a kid, just like when you were a kid, you keep coaching, and now you're a really good wrestling coach. What I emphasize about this is work ethic. I would say, in general, obviously I don't have the resume that others do. People are here that you guys selected into the top 4, but I would approach it the same way as I do in life, as with my work ethic, and I will give it everything that I have and that I can. And that's just how I am. So I appreciate, thank you for again the opportunity to be here. Even if I'm not selected, I've learned a lot through the process. If I want to do this later in the years, then I understand what things I have to do more to set myself apart. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions?
You said you had experience, up the other way, see that? That one of the things you do is you project for each of the McDonald's that, 16 different franchises. You project what their budgets are going to be, and then you analyze them in the next month. So you actually can see how you're meeting targets. That kind of thing really interests me, because I think sometimes we plan things, but we have a little bit more difficulty assessing how that money, what the bang for the buck was. And so that would be a whole different concept, I think, for us to consider in finance. I don't know if that business model can translate to an educational model with public monies. But that would be something, I'm wondering if that was something you would think of as well.
I mean, again, it's about setting targets and how do we get there. So again, like I already mentioned, to begin with the end in mind, right? So like the end in mind. So how can we pick some of these numbers? And sometimes, it's projection, but it's obviously a lot of history, education, research, understanding. So I think the philosophy could be applied. You can keep trying, you're gonna fail, try again. So maybe you start small budget, something, and try to implement it. And then if you see success, then you can continue on with the philosophy to bigger budgets, I guess.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions?
I would just ask, if you were selected, would you be willing to run a campaign and run for election in 2026?
Yeah, that would be the ultimate goal. I know, as some people mentioned, that I know there's a lot of decisions, a lot of important things happening over the next 2 years. But I'm invested. I have a first grader and a pre-kindergartner. I'm here. My wife and I someday thought we would retire up here. We had the opportunity to move up here and actually raise our family. So we have a very exciting story during COVID. Not everyone does, but so yeah, I'm invested here. We're here forever, and yeah, I would definitely do it as long as I feel like I can do what I need to do. Again, with my work ethic, I feel like I can, but I also can recognize and acknowledge if it's not something I'm able to do beyond, then I wouldn't do it. So most likely, yes.
What kind of hours do you put in as a operating manager at McDonald's, like, per week?
You want like
Ballpark.
week, like what?
Yeah, like, are you doing 60 to, 60 hours a week?
Yeah, I have a flexible work schedule. I have a really strong team. So yeah, I oversee 16 restaurants, although I have 5 supervisors and then there's general managers. So a lot of times I do busy work behind my computer. So I'll be at a work office in my house. Obviously I go out and have meetings in a lot of restaurants too, but I put in a lot more time earlier in my career so that I could get to a point where I have more time to do things like this that I'm passionate about, that I want to do. So I'm in a position where I think I have time to commit to, which is why I'm doing this now. I didn't give you a definite number.
You didn't give me an answer, but what kind of an
60,
answer?
no, I don't do 60. Probably more like 40, 45.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to clarify that since I asked 2 candidates the same question and the other 2 candidates a different question but the same to each other, it was only because we were limited to 1 question each. And I based it on what was in the paperwork. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yep. Perfect. All right, and then, so I think without any other questions, then that ends the process of interviews. We do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry. We do have a 5-minute recess. Mainly this was added, there was a discussion of whether people who nominate or are up for the appointment would want to be here. So we did offer a 5-minute recess if they wanted to leave, if they wanted to get closer to home, that's fine too. I also do need to clarify one legal reporting of how I do something. So we will have a 5-minute recess. We will return in 5 minutes, which is 7:29. Without objection, we will end recess. So I have provided everyone with sheets. All you have to do is actually just fill in your line. Allocating, again, you do not have to vote for, you cannot vote for more than one person once. You do not have to vote for 3 people, it's 1, 2, or 3. Please allocate 3 points for your first choice, 2 points for your second, 1 point for your third. We will then, I will gather the sheets. I'm going to do mine first. I'm going to hand it to Tammy so there's no change. And then part of why we're doing it this way, just for clarity, is I think it was a strong belief that it's less bias if everyone votes independently rather than wait for one person who could set a tone. So we're doing a vote. After we do that, officially we will have a motion and a roll call vote to elect that member. So that's the process. I'm going to turn mine into Tammy. I will tabulate. I'll turn everything into Tammy after that.
Quick question,
Yeah.
are you on our name line, is that, we fill it out on our name line,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yep,
Okay.
fill it out on your name.
Okay, thank you.
And do we hand them to you, Scott, or we
Hand them to me, and then I'll tabulate, and then Tammy will double check. That way we've got a 2-step process. To speed this up, I probably should have gone and sat next to Tammy.
Everybody.
Waiting for me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Virgin.
Yep. Okay. So the numbers did match. The tally sheets are public information, but we did this to avoid any bias. And the votes were as follows. Jessica, 8 votes, Scott, 11 votes, Becky, 1 vote, Peter, 6 votes. So with that, the person who received the most votes was Scott Hardy. And again, for the formal process, it is required that we do have a motion to do it. So if I can get a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve Scott Hardy as our interim board member.
Yep.
Second.
Second. Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Moonmore,
Yes.
Trustee Bird,
Yes.
Trustee Ballinger,
Yes.
Trustee Pack,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt
Yes.
and trustee Newman Bale.
Yes, motion carries. I do appreciate, again, I know this process was hard, and I really do encourage everyone to stay engaged and act. You know, we do have elections coming up, there may be more vacancies. And I really do encourage active participation, because I believe that every situation will be different for who would get elected, so I do appreciate it. We would invite Scott Hardy to join us at the table. He is not a voting member again, he has not taken the oath of office yet, and will do so at a later time. If you wish to choose so, you do not have to. You can choose either side, but it's your first test.
Thank you so much again to everyone that applied.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stay involved. We'd love to see you down the road.
Thank you, by the way. I'm honored.
Yeah, thank you. Always one of the probably most awkward parts of this role, especially when you get great candidates like that. So
great candidates.
So moving on to superintendent's report, deferring to Dr. Van Wagner.
Okay, so I'd love to make this short, but it's not gonna happen. So let me give you a couple of things that I need to get the board some feedback on that I can kind of make maybe simple. So the first is we're obligated, we received an offer for a piece of property just very recently. And we have a little bit of time. So it was a non-solicited offer, just came in for the piece of property that is, I believe at this point it is, so it's section N12 of Southeast Quarter, 80 acres, section 5, Grand Traverse County. I believe this is the Potter Road, the Potter Road property, yes. And so it's an unsolicited offer for $167,000. Just dropped in the mail. We've tried to respond with no response back. You know, when we have an unsolicited, I have the ability to just not do that, but I still feel an obligation a little bit to notify the board that I have that. You know, all the discussions we've had so far is that we weren't entertaining that, you know, that property for sale, but I just want to make sure that everybody at this point is good with. The response was by Friday, April 18th, should remain open. But my intention was, you know, we can't even respond, but getting it to people to answer. So either I'll be able to and deny, or it'll expire on April 18th. But if you're okay, I just was planning on not putting it on the board agenda and moving forward, unless there's any issue with it. Okay. The second one's a little bit more complicated. The board, you may remember, we entered into a lawsuit on insulin. And the board was a little apprehensive, but did it. Well, we've run into some real issues with the data that the legal team has required us to provide, and we're not getting a lot of information from our insurance company directly, Relax. There's an issue where there's a disagreement whether it's a self-paid option, or if it's a directly only the insurance carrier's job. And so we've had to kind of been told to guess at some stuff and numbers. And we've had staff, I think at this point, that are not feeling comfortable putting their name on some affidavits that are signed that this is factual information for sure. And there's a lot of, we don't have this information, paragraphs where we're putting in. I am now finally at the point where I think it's best to stop. It's just, it's absorbing a lot of staff time. And again, I have people saying, I really don't feel comfortable putting my name on it. I don't either from that standpoint. I'm depending on staff. So at this point, I know that if we do not provide more information, Trun has told me that there will be judgment of dismissal on our suit specifically with it. But with considering how much work this is and the other ones where we've not really gotten a lot of money, the part of the factual data, I wanna let you know my plan is to stop and not provide any more information. And I just wanna gauge the boards if there's any issue that you have with us doing that at this point.
How many funds have we expended on it?
You know, no money that we've
Or
expended, but time.
Okay.
A lot of our time, you know, I've had to go back and forth with Troon multiple times. You know, they've given us a little paragraph to put in that, you know, we do not have this information at this time. We've had to put it in multiple spots and it still isn't satisfying the ultimate Franz law group. And I just have staffed at this point that are a little bit like, John, I don't know what to do. So I don't feel good about it. And I just would like, you know, to have the affirmation of the board that if I stop at this point and let you know that we're not moving further. I don't know if, you know, and kind of, I might just ask your just thoughts of, do we need an action on the board to end that? You know, do I just let it go?
Did the board approve for us to go into the
Yes.
litigation? Then I would suggest you have a motion to withdraw.
So that's,
Not withdraw, but to failure to, yeah.
right, and that was kind of my point.
As he's indicated, they're asking for questions about a self-funded plan. Our plan is saying we're not self-funded, therefore we're not gonna provide you this information because we're not self-funded. And I tend to agree with our plan that we're not self-funded. So there's a question of applicability to us anyway. So instead, we're just filling out this whole sheet that says we don't have this information, we don't have this information. Because technically, you're supposed to get it from your self-funded carrier. So at this juncture, I would just suggest that there be a motion that the district not provide any additional information. And if that results in a dismissal, I think.
I would maybe recommend withdrawing rather than getting a dismissal, because you can do a withdrawal without prejudice.
Yeah.
And so if you ever wanted to bring this suit later, you could.
Okay, so my thought is we could either do one or two things. We could add it to the discussion items to do that, take a supermajority. Like we could add it onto the study session if it's just too long and we don't wanna do that tonight. From that standpoint, I just wanted a little bit of direction. I didn't put it on there because we just got notified of this yesterday, and I just wanted to, you know, if the board said, nope, keep going, but it just kept going and didn't really, you know, have that.
If the board's willing and it sounds like we are, no one has any issues with this, we may as well just deal with it tonight. And after your superintendent's report, we can just make that as an item to amend the agenda, which would take a supermajority.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you with those. And so now on to better and really better. So from a legislative standpoint, some interesting things have transpired. We obviously have the governor's budget from that standpoint. And we're getting some conversations with legislators in Lansing. Had the chance to have a call with Tim Kelly, who's the chair of the House Education Appropriations. And the one conversation we were able to have that he showed some verbal support for was the transportation categorical. So the governor put it in, and now House Republican is telling me he has some real thoughts that he'd like that and some support. So I think of all of our kind of bulleted things, that's another one that kind of I think is a good thing that we have from that standpoint. Now, what interestingly happened is that kind of very quietly, the House Republicans passed a bill that essentially funds school aid at $10,025 per student. But that's all they funded. They didn't fund any categoricals, anything from that standpoint. And it's a little bit, we think, of a political move to be able to show that they don't want to shut government down. And maybe it kind of sends that the speaker acknowledges that we should get a school budget done by July 4th. That could be the good news that comes out of it. Otherwise, it's created it's supposed to be a safety net. They can't come to an agreement. They could pass that bill and at least get basic services. I don't think it'll come down to that in any way. I think it was more of a political message. But $25 more than the governor on the foundation, I was like, good message, you know? And then second, that recognizing that it'd be good to have a budget by July 4 for schools would be a good thing. Other than that, it really didn't mean anything. So just if you hear that, and I know some board members have, I just wanted to give clarity. I did have the chance to talk to John Roth this morning pretty much acknowledged just that. And so, so that's where we're at from a legislative standpoint. Continuing to try and set up meetings. I did have the chance to Friday, a part of the Government Relations Committee with Traverse Connect, talk to Jen Flood, the governor's budget director. I did bring up our 31A issue with the forms. And we have solid data showing of our like partners in the state having the same issue. So I did that. I also had the chance to meet with Senator Camilleri's chief of staff, who is the Senate Education Appropriations Chair. So making some ground on that, talk to MDE as legislative liaison today as well. So really trying to hit that, as you know, right now we're projecting $1 million loss because of those forms. We are trying to get a hold harmless clause put in. And so working hard on that. Gonna have to set another meeting up with Tim Kelly on the House side to try and have that conversation. But I'm trying to, all of the entities involved, raise the red flag. I don't know that many have, but I think they recognize now that it's a problem. I don't know that they have any idea how to fix it, but you know, the very kids that you're, you know, that need it the most of the free breakfast and lunch that's been done are now going to be penalized because more kids have gotten it, which is a great thing, but that money to be penalized for those kids that really need those services. So going to work hard to try and keep advocating for that, of those items that we've identified, and try and make that happen.
And I have a question on that. Has MASA or MASB done anything on that front?
Not really. I think I'm one of the first to kind of bring it to the forefront because we've identified, had the letter and done that, and I think they're all sitting going, oh, yeah, we've thought that could possibly be, well, we have some data that shows it is for kind of the first time. So I think that they'll rally, you know, continue, but we're definitely going to have to continue to lead that charge. Because there are some districts, because of their status as a CEP building, that they only have to certify it every 5 years, so it doesn't impact them as much. Or because we only have 2 and not our entire district, then we have to advocate and we have to certify every year. So it's not everybody in the state's being affected by this, but there's a core group of us that definitely are.
Yeah, and that $1 million reduction you're projecting for next year, 25, 26?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
So
we were held harmless
this year,
but the MD has sent us a letter saying they are no longer going to do that. And so that's what we're trying to see if there's a way, even if it was 95% of our previous year's allocation, and work even triple our efforts on forms, you know, if we can just get some kind of stopgap measure to not seriously hurt our, you know, at-risk funding for kids, you know, those supports the most, advocating hard for that. Okay.
Again, nothing. I was trying to think of how much money we would lose as almost budget for free lunches out of our budget than this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard, you know, from that standpoint, so.
And you had also talked about the administration with board input was gonna try to come up with some new creative ways to get parents to fill out those forms.
Yeah.
Where's that?
You know, we've talked a lot and try and talk to counterparts. You know, I'll be honest with you, I think that we've just gotta try and find every way to have our staff in front of parents. I had the chance, Dan and I, to meet with all of our PTO presidents last week. And great meeting and talking about what role our PTOs can have. You know, you have to be very careful because federal laws, you can't put incentives, you can't do a pizza party, you can't, you know, do anything. You could do something though of just naturally, you know, who got the most forms, you know, turned in, and you know, to try and do that just for a contest of with no, you know, we're looking at all those ideas that we can do in staff and every, you know, parent teacher conference and back to school, and how can we make sure we have Chromebooks there with the fillable form, those kind of things. Those are the things we're thinking about, of really just trying to get our staff in front of it. You know, it also actually affects our federal funding as well of Title I, because it goes off that. So we're looking at a $275,000 reduction, I believe, right, Dan, 275, you know, in Title I funds, you know, from that standpoint. So it's of utmost importance. I met with Chandra today, you know, talking about it from the EA, about just even their help and all that. So we're gonna put an all-out effort next year, you know, with that. But there are law limits from the federal government, you know, like honestly, there's some shady things a little bit that are being done up there. I know, you know, one said, well, we just put a range on the form of salaries, and can't do that, you know, and so we want to make sure we stay within the legal bounds, but we are going to put every bit forth in that as well, but also seeing if we can get something to keep us from getting hit so hard this year. Okay, So that's it on the legislative front. District highlights, lots of great things going on. I'll start it off with this week. We have a robotics tournament at Central High School. Both the Titans and the Trojans will be there from the robotics teams, and they're practicing. I just got a picture a minute ago of both teams together at the TCI Innovation and Manufacturing Center with the field all out, and I was able to share a picture of the field out this morning with the board, and so excited. Friday, Saturday, and we'll have the robotics tournament regional at Central High School. We alternated each year between Central and West. So excited for the Titans and the Raptors, actually, of TC Central, to be able to go at that. So I would encourage you, Josie and I talked a little earlier, we'll invite the board and maybe a walk around to be able to see the teams and just kind of a little bit of tour of the pits and all that. So I'll get something out midweek here of, time and stuff like that if you have an interest. And just really, really excited to be able to have that here right in our own backyard and have our kids be able to participate in that.
Just a random question.
Yeah.
Will they be able to expand into the manufacturing centers?
Not yet.
Not this year.
Yes,
but
they will.
next year.
They'll be able to use it actually. So one of the nice things is when there are a few schools that have something similar is when something breaks, something like that, they may be able to 3D print a part or, use, a saw, whatever that is. Normally what you do is you have somebody that's there, a volunteer adult that works with the kids and has that. And so you can have that complete facility open as a repair shop and manufacturing shop and those things for those kids that need it for maybe when their robot broke down to be able to do that. So while we're not able to do it this year with it, we'll definitely be able to do it West next year. So some things with athletics. Our Central High School girls alpine ski are the Division I state champs. Excited for them and the great success that they had. Our Central High School girls basketball team are Big North Conference champions and district champions and still going.
Hey, West got second in alpine skiing.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. Hold on, Mom. Hold on, Mom.
Shout out.
I've got you. I'm just doing Central's
All
first.
the hours I saw on the side of the hill. Okay.
I know.
Girls basketball won tonight too.
Yeah, and girls basketball won tonight, Central High School.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go, fresh off.
Good team.
All right, and then Central High School state qualifiers, Carter Banton for bowling, Michael Rissider wrestling, and Grady Rouse wrestling. And then West High School girls and boys downhill ski teams both finished as state runners-up in Division I. But the Vasa Ski Club boys won the state championship. And I believe that's both as kids from both schools, correct? The Vasa.
I think there's a West and a Central. Oh,
There
we
is.
are together? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I thought. And so they won the state championship, including second place finish for West High School student Liam Wiersma. Matthew Quigley finished third in the state in the MHSA Wrestling State Finals at Fort Field. So lots of great things going on with finishing up winter sports, and spring sports started today. And so that was fun to see the kids out on the fields and being utilized already, and just again excited to have all that going on. Also, some other things, our central grade visioning has started. A team of approximately 25 individuals, which includes Beth and Josie, have been a part of that group. The team includes principals, teachers at central grade, our TCA president, the administrative assistant at central grade. Dan is also a part of the group, several central neighborhood members, central grade parents, the city of Traverse City, members of our sustainability committee, current high school students who attended central grade, TCAPS administration as well. A team of architects and construction management employees have led the group through high-level concepts to determine high-level priorities, which will be presented to the board at the April 14th, 25 meeting. So exciting on where that's going, and we'll be excited to show you kind of all the conversations and everything they've had and start to look at what some pictures will be. At Blair Elementary, Reading Month celebrations are in full swing, and staff is incorporating things we've learning through the science of reading. Some fun things are also going on, including Blair's favorite book. We are doing a March Madness style bracket where classrooms and staff are voting daily to determine Blair's favorite book. And our second grade classes gathered today for cocoa and reading time with both a read aloud book and silent reading time. We have reading night, March 18th. The theme is bedtime stories, and Ann Tisdale and Mighty Miss Meyer are coming to read to the school. In preparation for the event, we've identified 3 vocab words from the story that our students may not know. Each word has been assigned a week to be the secret word. The goal is for the students to hear the word so often from all of them that they are able to guess the secret word by week Friday, or of the week by Friday, and also define the use correctly. TC West senior Kira Adams was named an NHS Scholarship National semifinalist. Academic weapons from TC West, Trey Stort, Dylan Griglowski. Did I say that right, Josie?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ryan Goodrich and Tucker Balinger. From West High are your 2025 Regional Academic World Quest champs. They'll be heading to Washington, D.C. to represent Michigan. It's a great experience. My own daughter had the chance to do that, and just an awesome experience for those kids to be able to go do. West Middle School PE teacher Eric Quine and the TCAPS Academic Excellence Endowment helped make PE even more fun at West Middle School with the purchase of the 9 Square in the AIR grant. So they were able to get a grant and have an awesome 9 Square. So you might remember 4 Square. Well, now they made it 9 Square. And so appreciate the grant that they received. TCAPS Montessori has celebrated Black History Month. Students at TCAPS Montessori celebrated Black History Month by hanging an interactive version of Respect, Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul by Carol Boston Weatherford along the fence on the school playground and for the public along the Buffalo Trail. Come by and share a story with your children. Many thanks to Mrs. Tink, their librarian, for sparking the idea, and to our student leadership for getting the work done. Cortade Elementary's successful and well-attended Title I event on February 27th was a bedtime story night theme where students received a voucher to pick out a free book from the Brilliant Books Book Fair, visited 6 different story and activity stations, and enjoyed refreshments. The stations included a shadow puppet show, a green screen imagination station, glow stories, reading with Cortade's therapy dog, Gracie, a mascot reading with Monty from the Pit Spitters, Troji from Central High, and Cortade's very own Cougar. Vendors included the Tattle, Farm to School, and Dolly Parton's Imagine Library. So there's a lot of great things. Those are not all of them, but a great section across the district of great things that are going on with kids. Just excited. The musical is going on at West High School. I've heard phenomenal things. I know a few have had the chance to go. I'm headed there this weekend. I had the chance to see Minda
What's
today.
it called, everybody?
You know,
Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor
Yep. And I've heard, as always, it's phenomenal.
It's
but
so good.
like I've heard
It
even
is
extra
so
this year.
good.
So just excited. Those kids do an amazing job. Our staff, like I said, Minda came in today and she didn't know exactly what day it was. She heard it, but they do a phenomenal job, and just appreciate that. And if you get the chance and you would just want to see our kids just in an awesome light in our arts program, please take the opportunity to go see it. So that's what I have for you tonight.
So good. Yeah.
All right.
Good stuff.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next item, which is board committee reports, can we, I guess first we have to have a motion to add to the agenda, which would become item 10H, the discussion that we had to withdraw our complaint.
For the insulin pricing litigation.
Yep, so we would need to amend the agenda to add that discussion item, which would again require a supermajority, so I don't know if anyone can.
I make a motion to add to the discussion, the in-rate insulin pricing litigation case, that we can discuss further or less action on as we move forward.
Second? All right, we do require a roll call vote on that one, so please, Tony, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Byrd?
Yes.
Trustee Moonmore?
Yes.
Trustee Ballinger?
Yes.
Trustee Peck?
Yes.
Trustee Smith?
Yes.
And Trustee Newman Bale?
Yes, with unanimous approval and a supermajority, that is added to the agenda, and we'll get to that at 10H. So moving on with the agenda, next out, board committee reports. First up, curriculum committee, reporting out by trustee Ballinger.
Okay, well, we met February 25th, myself, trustees Bird and Pack, and we had one public commenter, which was an unusual and very welcome element by Diane Arnold about the school calendar that was proposed at that time. We moved on to approve meeting minutes as well as a district course catalog additions which are on consent tonight. We also got a very thorough presentation on the CKLA materials purchase, which is was also given at the finance committee, and it's also in discussion tonight. So for further details, I highly recommend watching the curriculum committee recording that's available on our website. And then we moved into looking at the standardized data for winter test scores, NWEA, for grades K through 5, both ELA and math, as well as middle schools, grades 6 through 8, ELA and math, and also the PSAT for 9th and 10th graders. We briefly touched on the input for meaningful student achievement outcomes. We had a good preliminary discussion to try to tee up our study session in a few weeks, and didn't make any particular recommendation, but we did talk about the meaningfulness of trying to set growth targets for all students, and then also continue to look at the disparities between socioeconomically disadvantaged students and others. So looking at that overall growth as well as closing the achievement gap. And then we also looked at our school calendar, which is on the discussion agenda tonight. And last but not least, many celebrations and successes as always. And our next meeting will be, Tuesday, April 1st, and I love to say that's no fooling, at 8:15 a.m.
Maybe not now.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is Board Finance and Operations Committee, reporting out by trustee Moore.
Yes, so our board finance met Thursday, February 27th. Meeting was called to order at 8:15. There was no public comment. We moved into procedural items. The meeting minutes from January 30th, no changes were recommended, so they remain as posted. We moved into an acceptance grant, which is on the discussion portion of the agenda, but just wanted to say thank you again to the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians for the 2% grant. We're honored to receive the $25,000, and again, it's on discussion. We moved into bids and services. So the first item is from curriculum is the ELA elementary adoption, the CKLA. Again, this is on the discussion for tonight, so I'll kind of move through that. Next item was safety and security. The district is looking to purchase some safety shades. This purchase will add safety shades to all K through 8 buildings in Traverse City High School as recommended by Secure Environment Consultants. Montessori and Long Lake already have those security shades. So the board finance is recommending to proceed with the purchase and installation of safety shades from Buster's Blind and Window Film through the interlocal purchasing system for a total amount not to exceed $57,874, which includes a 10% contingency. This is funded from capital bonds, and this is on the consent agenda tonight. Next item is technology. These are art cameras or cameras for our art department, visual, performing, and applied arts. This is for the purchase of digital cameras and accessories for art at West Middle School, Central High School, and West Senior High School. There were 33 cameras purchased or were asking to be purchased through Amazon and 43 cameras through B&H Photo. The Board Finance Committee recommends to purchase the cameras and accessories for a total amount not to exceed $44,907, which includes a 10% contingency, again, funded from capital bond funds. And this will be placed on the consent, is this on our consent? Yes, this is on our consent agenda, sorry. Yeah. Next item, our student Chromebooks. This project is the annual purchase of Chromebooks and accessories for the incoming 6th through 9th grade students and additional Chromebooks for the Compass Learning Center. The Board Finance Committee recommends to purchase Chromebooks, the cases, and headphones from People Driven Technology for a total amount not to exceed $886,116, which includes a 10% contingency, again funded from capital bond funds. This is also on the consent for tonight. Next item, network wireless upgrade. This is for Eastern Elementary and East Middle School. This project will bring both schools up to our current district standards. These updates will ensure that teaching and learning experience remains seamless and productive. This project is eligible for reimbursement through the E-rate, which is a 60% grant back for reimbursement. The Board Finance Committee recommended to purchase the network and wireless upgrades from People Driven Technology for a total amount not to exceed $272,152, which includes a 10% contingency funded from capital bond funds. This is also on the consent calendar. Then we moved into informational items. We had a capital projects update, which we went through in depth. The manufacturing and innovation centers, the West Senior High fences are down, the furniture is in place, and we just got an update since our board finance meeting that kids are in the space at West Senior High. Also technology installed TVs and robots are being used there. Next item was the draft calendar, which is on the discussion for tonight. No, I'm sorry. No, we had a discussion on the draft calendar. Moved on to finance, the bond sale update, which is on discussion, so I'm not gonna go into much detail. And again, we had 11 competitive bids. Lowest bid was Fifth Third. Again, thank you to our finance team for keeping with that stable outlook. So with a percentage of 3.23%. Next item, Christine Thomas Hill did a really great review of our budget timeline, so I would just encourage all Board of Ed members to look at that and watch that. And then we moved into upcoming district purchases, lots of purchases. Because our agenda is so long, I'm not gonna go into details, but lots of purchases coming up for the district. And then just another item that Dr. Van Wagner threw out is just to start to think about our district-owned buildings and properties with recommendation that the Board of Education consider our long-term plans during our strategic planning process. One of those specifically was the Oak Park property, which Northwest Ed is leasing, which their lease ends in 2030. So just want to sort of look to the future as to what we're going to do with some of those properties from a long-term vision. And then we adjourned the meeting at 10:11. Our next Board Finance meeting is Thursday, April 3rd, and Scott will be a part of that on our Finance Committee.
Well,
TBD.
TBD technically, but prepare yourself. Just kidding. And that's it. Any questions?
I just wanted to clarify one thing. At the Manufacturing Innovation Center, the robotics team is practicing on that field, but the classrooms haven't been moved over there, right?
Correct, yeah, so the plan right now is we have temporary occupancy.
Okay.
So the pitch I see, you will still see a few things in the background that are being done, so what the plan is right now is that we will allow them to be able to practice everything in there. They moved a little bit of their toolboxes, stuff like that. But the plan is to have the over spring break that the final floor ceiling will be done and completed at that point.
Got it.
And hopefully garage door right thereafter at both schools.
Okay.
And then the week after spring break, the equipment will be moved in. Working with the teachers being there, they wanted the teachers there. So the week after, the new equipment and the equipment that are in the existing rooms will all, right now Elmer's is scheduled to come in and make those moves of all that equipment and set up. And so hopefully we'll have that all set up, ready to go by the very end of March.
Got it. Thanks for that clarification. I misread the photo.
And I do feel slighted a little bit in the finance committee there with you guys questioning whether I was gonna watch the finance committee. Just had to acknowledge that I did, because it was like, if President Newman watches or something, I was like, geez, I'm watching, so. I do watch all committee meetings.
Fair enough.
And then I feel like it was a test to see if I had to say it. So,
Kind of was.
So a board executive committee report out from the February 27th meeting. Obviously procedural items, no public comment. We did have a lot of new policies that we talked about. We're still catching up from when we didn't do any policies while we were updating all of our policies, and then we had the joy of that we had just modified, I believe, modified a bunch of policies that then got rescinded, so we had to remodify them back to the way they were originally, which is probably gonna be the joy of government for the next period of time. So so that there is an awful lot of policies on there. There's also a lot of policies on there that are very minor, changing one word just to change in legal definition. So but that was a significant time going through all of those. We talked obviously about the upcoming meetings and laying out with the additional meeting that we scheduled, and appreciate everyone for attending. As far as HR updates, we are currently at a hiring lull because of the timing of the year, but we are getting projections on staffing needs and obviously core subject teachers, but critical content areas including special education, English language, world language, and aligning with is some of the focus areas that we're slightly concerned about. We also obviously are always hiring bus drivers, food service workers, and a number of other critical places, but we did hire a plumber, and I take it he's onboarded and good to go.
Good to go.
Alright, so moving on to communications, we have a ribbon cutting on April 10th, 2025 for the TC West and TC Central High School Innovation and Manufacturing Centers. West High School is at 4 p.m, Central High School at 5:30. The Sunshine Bus, it is a discussion item as well with the reception of a grant, so I'll leave that to that discussion item. And then the strategic plan survey update, so all of those strategic plan surveys are, I believe, now out, and we're communicating in a number of different avenues to try and get the participation up as much as possible. We do only have a few weeks of
Can I mention one thing with that?
Yeah.
We had a couple of things that I met with Chandra today that some staff were a little worried about with end size that could be identifiable. So we made a few adjustments that she and I got with the data company today, that just really, it changed from the staff from the building they're in to just grade range. So just to protect identities, we didn't want anything like that. So she and I met and those changes were made later this afternoon.
Okay. Alright. So obviously encouraging everyone in the public, this is a critical process for us. We do it every 3 years. Your participation is listened to. Please fill out the surveys and encourage others to do so as well. We did discuss the draft 2025-2026 school calendar. And obviously we've pretty much covered most of that with having more early release days, less half days. So we the next committee meeting is April 3rd at 4 p.m. and we adjourned at 5:20. So any questions? Alright, Sustainability Committee reporting out by Trustee Byrd.
All right, I'm gonna give over the very first part of it to Josie, because I was 20 minutes late. She's gonna
Okay.
report on what she remembered.
Yeah, and just really briefly, the first item on the agenda was looking at Michigan Green Schools certification. So in the state of Michigan, I guess they have various levels of certification, and West Senior High has had certification. It might have lapsed, somebody said, and TC Central High School definitely has it still. So just basically the committee talked about we might want all of our school buildings to apply and get certified. But the deadline for this year is this month, and so since that was so near term, we basically had a consensus that we would aim for next year, and that gives us a lot of lead time to work towards that goal.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And thanks for alternating there for me. Messaging and supports for school was one of the things we talked about. Again, green schools, how do we do that? We also talked about this being student-led in many ways. So we talked about some goals for those projects, doing that by starting in elementary schools. We talked about a mentor program between old students and younger to encourage and promote green policies and sustainability. Tom discussed, Tom being one of our staff in the dining.
Food service.
Food service.
Food service direction.
Discussed a district-wide wellness program and how some schools picked it up and how that worked. So we talked a lot about like cutlery. It was kind of an interesting conversation and some of the different materials that are used in the cafeterias and how can we move back to some of the things that we used to use that, you know, you washed. Right? It's kind of, it's pretty simple. But there was a good discussion about that. We talked about just the district-wide sustainability strategy, looked at working on housing near the schools. We talked about Blair, the housing project. We talked about reevaluating once central grade is completed, something to reevaluate once it's completed, as many things change in 5 years. We talked about student engagement by possible partnerships with outside organizations, such as for Earth Day and Beautification Day, Eagle Classroom, and different ways that kids can come to school and take pride in their school grounds. We talked about waste reduction and composting, student leadership groups needing to like kind of help spearhead this stuff with the composting and the waste reduction. We talked about some different options for that, different organizations in town that will come and pick up the compost for free and distribute it to the community, which is really cool. We talked about piloting a program at the TCAPS Montessori for the 25-26 school year for composting. Let's see, building operations and efficiency. We talked about how lights are in the process of becoming LED, faucets are transitioning to low flow, and that solar panels are on hold because of numbers and funding, but we did also discuss having a presentation by a local organization, Schools on Solar program, that can actually get those for us for free. So those are some really nice possibilities out in the community. We talked about the grounds and landscaping, native species versus others, and what has worked and what hasn't, the trash that sometimes is near them, and some of those dilemmas that we have in the upkeep and maintenance of those things. So they talked about partnering with local groups who might like to help with that, whether it's the Children's Garden or the Botanical Garden or Master Gardeners clubs. Let's see, we talked about having plots at the Children's Garden for each school, and then we maybe started trying that out at Montessori first. And then we have our next meeting where we're hoping to talk a little bit more about gardens in schools, the solar project, and having a possible presentation from Tim Pulliam from Keen Innovations. And that'll be Thursday, March 13th at 3 p.m.
Only update I wanted to give is I did talk to Tracy today, and Montessori applied for Michigan Emerald School in Green School, which means that they've completed 15 to 19 activities to be a part of that. So I had some good conversations with her, some ideas. They've got some things going, but some that I think, definitely that, as we talked about here, that she wants to get started. So
is
some
that the
pilot.
Ground level? Is that the first level?
No, that's the second level they're at.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
Green School is first, and then.
Yep. Then the Emerald's next.
Okay.
Yeah. With Evergreen the top.
Okay. Wonderful.
Tracy said that they were in the process of getting seeds together, that I don't think they've actually got the greenhouse fully planted, implemented.
At Montessori, no, not quite yet. I think they're still evolving, but also that is in process. We talked about facilities, that there was a grant for Central High School for a new greenhouse as well. So and I was at TC High, and they jumped me, and they're like, "We want one."
Well, there's is it Willow Hill is where there was a greenhouse?
Traverse Heights has a hoop house, well, not really a hoop house, but Traverse Heights has a greenhouse. Willow Hill has
Is it Willow Hill?
Not in my time.
That's something we're gonna continue to work at. There's some grant funds. Dan built a monstrosity one when he was at Westwoods, you know.
It has a hoop house and solar panels, just so everybody know.
In the hoop house we could live in.
You get all the credit. You get all the credit.
Hopefully we don't.
So we are trying to standardize size and some of those kind of things moving forward. After that, I went out there and, you know, when I went back and, you know, it's like a army tent.
You don't have to stoop over all the time,
Yeah.
right?
So working at it, but definitely a great thing and some things we're looking to, again, maybe standardize and figure out how do we do it at our buildings.
Any other questions? Next up, Superintendent Board of Education Student Advisory Committee, reporting up by Trustee Bird.
Yeah, that was as always, the student advisory councils are delightful. We had a full house, I think, probably one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, we had a real good attendance.
So Jesse was there, I was there, you were there, and our trustee facilitator. And we talked about graduation and like gathering information for that graduation process and what works and what doesn't for students. They did some reflection on academic integrity and AI and did some group discussion on that. And it, you know, some of their feedback was really in alignment with some of the stuff we were talking about here. They talked about how AI isn't going away and it's important to know and use it. So, you know, having guidance on that, setting standards for teachers, grading, teachers grading with feedback rather than just AI. The college expectations versus high school expectations with that and some of those different elements. They talked about doing training programs, or well, rather he explained the training programs that we have in place right now for staff. And I think students were glad to see that because they were kind of like, we should have this. And we're like, what's been happening? And the students expressed that a lack of understanding can create fear, but working on this because AI is so fast and furious. The fear more so is, I think, that they feel that teachers might mistrust them. And so that, you know, they were kind of addressing that situation. We talked about post-secondary opportunities and preparedness as part of that graduation thing. Jesse did a really nice presentation on what's available to students during their career and college ready phases, things like Zello and resume, counseling, CTC, career day visits, et cetera, et cetera. There was a long list of things. Also listed some optional things like career internships, dual enrollment, job shadows, international trips. There was another big list of things. And then the students broke out into discussions on what they felt was effective and what wasn't. And the one thing that came up a lot was they just didn't like Zello very much. They didn't think it was great. They liked more one-on-one with counselors, which, you know, connection is always key. They felt like the counselors are more welcoming in that regard rather than like a computer screen. They would like to see like one main area for all things post-high school. So instead of having it sort of distributed everywhere around the school, like we, you know, at West we have it, and we know where the counseling office is, and we know there's a ton of that stuff in there. So they enjoy that, the fact that they know where they can go. Communities, they said, are not equal in requirements and consistencies.
The academic communities, STEM, global, and arts.
Yeah. So some discussion to be had there. They like resume help, they like mock interviews, they think the CTC visits need more guidance, especially in 8th grade. Having gone through that myself, I agree. I thought CTC is such a wonderful program, and like my son didn't hear about it until like the 2nd year. So I was sort of like, oh, this is great, let's go. More output for student internships and work programs, more opportunity with college visits, more econ and financial training, personal finance. You know, there were some smart kiddos in this group, right? They were smart.
Those are survival skills.
Right, right. But it really spoke to me that they knew that. You know, they were smart. More early college push and dual enrollment, honors options in junior and senior and not just AP. So they kind of felt like they needed a middle ground for some of those options. They like the college fair and career days that happen, and they like personalized programs. So we did that whole discussion of positive and negative so they could see both sides. And we encouraged them to reach out if they have any ideas on what would make their senior year more beneficial. Yeah, good. So, and I'm not sure what the next one is.
Coming up, we sent it out March for the sustainability. March.
No, student advisory
Oh,
council.
student advisory, that's not for a little bit, April.
Usually it's every 2
after,
months.
yeah, we have one more left after we get back.
Like the 16th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Did they discuss or consider having kids that almost spent a year at various schools come back and talk to them? Like, you know, having freshmen come back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did. They talked about it as possible.
Sort of like a experience fair.
Yeah, and that's what like shadowing is when they talk about doing you can do job shadowing, you can do school shadowing. I know our schools do that already, right, with kids that are coming from like one school to another or maybe another grade going up to high school. So those things are available, but I'm not sure if they have programs right now for college students to shadow or to mentor, but I'm certain that it's something that could be
kind of a neat opportunity for college kids, like usually over the holidays, they get a month off, and to bring them back into the high schools to kind of say, this is something I wish I knew, or I wish I would have prepared for, or this is what I did to get where I'm at. These are, just.
I feel like I've seen panels like this.
Yeah, a lot of our teachers do that. They'll bring back to talk to underclassmen. It's very common at both high schools, all 3 high schools.
That's so great.
That's cool, because some kids can't see. You might want 3 schools, but you can't go to all schools, you know?
And then as far as CTC, don't we have a program now where everyone is
Twice, they go and visit.
8th grade and 10th grade.
8th and 10th? Okay. So I thought as well. So. Okay, any other questions? Okay, moving on to nutrition and fitness, reporting out by Trustee Peck.
This one's easy. They rescheduled it for April 3rd at 10 o'clock in the morning. Snow day.
Shortest report out ever.
We will hear the report in a couple of months. Next up, board office hours reporting out by February 27th, report out by Trustee Peck.
I had one visitor. It was Bill Wiesner. We talked for an hour and a half. And it looks like they're gonna use Thurlby conference room on the 2nd floor. And it's not marked, so you have to come in and ask, where is this gonna be? I thought it was gonna be in the communication room right off to the
Yeah, and it
left.
could be a couple of different ones depending on availability. I think we got most of them though in the Thurlby room, but we'll try and get a hold of Michelle Russ, see if there's a way we can have a sign or something.
Not using the rise.
Yeah.
So we can try and get a sign, when I say, because I usually just say Tad or Travis, I'll just say the Thurlby room as well, if that's what it's gonna be.
Scott, we made a change just in the beginning of the year because we were having low attendance. So we weren't sure if it was a parking issue or just hard to access. And so we thought if we moved it to the local public library, that parking and easier to access. And then we're also doing some Zoom calls to see
And
if.
so Holly did the first Zoom call.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah, so we're trying a little bit different to see if we can get more
I'm no
participation.
longer responsible for parking, so that's a good thing.
And then I did wanna, because you were in person, correct?
I was
You were in person.
Were you
Person,
virtual?
yes.
Yeah, I was. I'm wondering if it would help to have some topics to say, if you would like to discuss this or bring your ideas, that we're gonna be looking at moving central grade to Alaska. Would you like to come and talk about it? You know?
I don't think we're gonna do that, Beth.
Just thought I would throw it
Say
out
it.
there, so I'd be interested if you had anybody to come and talk.
I got thrown.
Well, I mean, we are trying different things and glad we did verify, because the next board office hours is March 13th. Trustee Ballinger in attendance virtually.
That's right.
So, yeah, we are trying different things as well to see where we can get engagement.
I will take any topic.
Yeah.
Jesse, you will be still in town for that?
Yes, yeah, it's this Thursday,
Okay.
the 13th.
Okay.
Yes,
I thought you said, I'm sorry.
right?
Did
You're
I?
talking about, you're talking about March.
I said, did I say a different day?
I thought you said April, but I could be wrong.
March 13th, yeah, we
March
do it a little
13th.
earlier in the month of spring break, because we will not get anybody showing up March 19th.
No.
The night before spring break.
No.
So March 13th, virtually, link on the website, and obviously, yep, that will be, see how that one goes.
So you just go to the main, is it tcaps.net/board, and there's a link there?
Yes.
Okay, board office hours, great.
Okay. We are moving on to consent. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
A motion that we approve the consent calendar as amended.
A second.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to the discussion items.
The procedure, do we have to say as revised?
No, she said this.
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Are you good?
I'm soft speaking today.
Office position, so first off, obviously, welcome to Scott. That does leave, there is no automatic position appointed, to either both officers. We have a vacant officer position, and we have a vacant position on the finance committee as well. Two parts to that is, first, we do have to approve a treasurer. And to be completely frank, I'm interested to see what you guys say, so.
I move to nominate Scott Hardy for treasurer.
Okay,
Second.
alright.
I don't get a vote on this.
Nope.
Yeah, you can say.
So if you wanna do it or not, too bad.
Kind of like the army here.
So are there any other nominations? Okay. So it does require a majority vote, so Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Bird,
Yes.
trustee Moore. Yes. Trustee Ballinger,
Yes.
trustee Peck,
Yes.
trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
and trustee Newman Bale.
Yes. So I declare by unanimous vote, Scott Hardy as treasurer of the Board of Education until the next organizational meeting in January. Okay, and then the committee assignment, obviously, I know that there was a few people who talked about wanting to switch committees, but I don't know if that's actually true anymore. So is there any other move, or do we want, is Scott, is that where everyone would propose Scott for finance?
Yes, I would love to do that.
Okay.
Good, because we're full up on curriculum.
And I'm trying to remember in the organizational meeting if it actually requires a vote, but we can,
It does not.
I do not believe it does, right?
No, I mean, it says that the board president has the ability to do, but you've done it by conversation.
Yeah.
But, committee assignments are not required by a vote of the board. It's at the,
So-
and like I said, you've done it by consensus conversation, but really it's the board's president's role to assign.
Okay,
And
and
then
then
the committee picks their chair.
the committee will repick their chair at the next
So
meeting.
prepare yourself.
Oh, for another one of these unsolicited.
Yeah.
At least get a vote the next time.
You'll be able to defend yourself, right?
Maybe you don't
Say
know
no.
about that point.
They didn't put all this in the brochure.
No,
Right.
it wasn't in my employee packet.
Yeah.
You should see what other assignments you're getting coming up. There is, okay, so that moves through that discussion item. Moving on to school safety update, phone to Dr. Van Wagner.
Okay, bear with me. Here we go. Okay, and bear with me. We've had something that I was texting with that, but we're all good now. With that, with the police, that the police helped us out greatly with. So, the Michigan State Police Office of School Safety is currently hosting behavioral threat assessment and management, also known as BTAM training around the state, and TCAPS staff will be in attendance. PA 272 of 24, recently signed by the governor, requires all K-12 schools to have a behavior threat assessment and management team by October 1st, 2026. The BTAM model is what the district is already using when a threat is received to safely assess, evaluate, and provide needed support services for everyone involved. And I gotta tell you that our folks do it right now a great job. We have just tweaked and tweaked and tweaked, and Patrick has led that work, and just really feel good about where we're at. But always can learn more, always looking at best practice, and so our team will be there to continue to learn more. TCAPS is also currently providing CPR and AED professional development training in each building across the district, training between 6 and 10 staff members per site. It's a 2-year certification taught by current staff members in administration, transportation, and licensed childcare. As you can imagine, this is a large task that requires additional training of instructors, time constraints, and oversight of current and needed recertifications. We are interested in streamlining the process and are exploring ways to ensure that all necessary personnel are trained efficiently and effectively. This may include redistributing workloads or identifying additional resources to try and support the efforts. On a side note, one of our trainers, Kendall, is out of commission to train now.
She got her training in the night before.
The night before she was doing training, and the next day had the baby.
A month ago.
Yep, so, but baby's healthy and good.
We got to see him today and he is gorgeous. Mr. Darby Shea, he's adorable.
So needless to say, she's not doing CPR training at the moment. So, but we are gonna be looking at more of that. It is a requirement now with teaching certs and things, and so Patrick's doing it, but we're gonna continue to try and see if there's a way to find some more people to get trained and to be able to do that. Also, right now, TCAPS school buses are currently being inspected by the Michigan State Police as required by law on an annual basis. And so our mechanics and Tyson and the whole team do a great job of being ready for that. And last year, we were fortunate not to have anything, but if we do, they've been immediately fixed and that recertified and back on the road. And so our team takes a lot of pride in making sure that our buses are safe and appreciate all their work. So that's what I have for our safety report for tonight.
Just one question, which I don't know if we know or not. Obviously, when we used to do training, or we didn't do the training, but we let the various police networks use Bertha Voss for training. Are they using another facility?
Not that we're, but I can tell you, just because I drove by and see it, I do know that the police were using the Trojan Athletic Complex.
Okay.
And they had cars in there and they were doing searches and different things. So I know that there's, and I think, and sometimes they do some things in this building walking through in the evening.
Okay.
So they have had some of that when we're out in the evening. Generally, we don't have a lot of evening activities. And so I do know that I've seen the police be bringing dog and such. They're doing some training here in this building.
The only reason I mention it is because I know that there was twice that I drove by Bertha Voss and I was like, what is going on? Because there's armed for everyone around, and it looks. So if there is such a situation where it's dramatic, then we should at least make sure that.
And without us having a vacant building now, I don't, see that in the future in an active building. Like I said, this is the only one, and we let staff know if there ever is. But I just happened to witness that out there. So that goes through Patrick. He approves all that, does all that, and so if there ever was, in a building, we do have scheduled again for as soon as school's out. We have scheduled another reunification practice as we had done, so that is being scheduled right now, and so we'll make sure the board has details on that.
All right. Any other questions? Moving on to board policy, I will defer to Dr. Moana.
Nope, there you go. And I will go and pass it off to Connie Taylor.
All right, there's a few new policies for our consideration. Dr. Van Wyder already mentioned our threat protocol process, so this was an optional policy through Troon. But given that we do have such a remarkable system, we decided to codify that in policy and adopt the threat protocol or threat assessment response policy, which you have before you. So unless anyone has any questions, it does mirror what we're currently doing in our district in the event that we have a threat. And then policy 5715, as you recall earlier this year, there was a requirement that all students undergo oral or dental exams as a condition for enrollment when they come into school. Or they also have a timeline to get that, or they can also submit information that it runs contrary to any religious beliefs, but very similar to immunization, but now also with oral exams. So that policy reflects that statutory requirement. And then is also referenced by President Newman Bale. As you know, we've kind of had this little bit of a whiplash going on with Title IX regulations. We had some changes that were to go into effect this July, which we did implement and adopt our new Title IX policies to reflect the new regulations. And then earlier this year, a federal court in the case of Tennessee versus Cardona reversed the 24 regulations, and we reverted back to the 2021 regs. And so the policies have now reverted back to the ones that we had prior to adopting the 2024 regulation update policies. And so that is referenced in multiple policies, so you will see those listed, but those changes are all statutory and are all required by virtue of the 2021 reversion.
What was the biggest change in those?
The biggest change, well, the one there's a few. They expanded the definition of gender to include transgender identification and gender identity. And that has been reverted back to the previous definition of gender. And then also there were some expansions to protect students per pregnancy as being one of the protected classifications. But some of the stuff that we actually really liked about the changes in the regulations were the streamlining of the process. What things that a lot of people don't understand is that Title IX investigations take a substantial period of time based on the procedural requirements. For the number of folks who have to touch the person that does the investigation, can't be the person who makes the decision, who can't be the person who does the appeal. There's significant due process review timelines. So any given Title IX investigation can take anywhere from 30 to 120 days just by virtue of the review process. They had shortened that period of time, which was allowing us to streamline those investigations, but now we're back to the previous regs. Now, keep in mind too, though, in Michigan, we still do have Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act, which does, recognize gender identity or is a protected classification, which in Michigan is still good law, but the Title IX federal regs do not. Thank you. And then I know there were a few policies that were pulled that you
Yeah,
wanted
item
to-
17, the first one that was 405.
Yeah, and I support this, and it kind of goes back to what's going on in Washington and uncertainty, and in our study session next week on educational equity, closing achievement gaps, and so Title I, and it got discussed during finance. And so I just, given that, I'm new, Scott's new, maybe people watching don't quite understand Title I, especially around parent and family engagement. So I was hoping somebody can just help us understand a little bit, especially like the parent, compact, the school parent compact, and how we engage with those families participating in Title I.
Yeah, if staff are not able already, or there's any specific, the other option for the board is to remove them, to approve the policies without those policies and have them on the agenda for the next meeting to allow staff time. I will give you, personally, obviously the board will speak, so I can't do it, but if you want more time, then I would propose that.
I thought Jesse sent a clarifying email to help exactly what you're asking. I thought that
Yeah,
was.
so I'm looking just for a high level, because that was a private email, I'm just looking for a high level briefing of, you know, how we, because I think it's pretty great, I think what we're, like the example I saw with Traverse Heights is something I think is pretty phenomenal. So if there's an opportunity to, again, I share I support the amendments with that 5405. But I do think it's important to talk about how we engage with families who participate in Title I.
I can just give a super general overview of that. Parent night is replicated at all of our title schools. So Traverse Heights, Blair, Long Lake, Silver Lake, Corte, Cherry Knoll, all have those family nights that they bring families in. And obviously there's an emphasis on community connection and fun, but with each of those nights, there is an academic emphasis and it's usually around reading. So I know that we did a highlight in our board curriculum meeting recently with that Long Lake, kind of that rainforest theme night. Same idea, great turnout, right around 200 families came in. Obviously, the whole community is invited, but it's that same emphasis with that connection to having specifically those funds used for families to come in with academic emphasis, right? We have the food, we have the fun, party-like atmosphere, almost carnival-like, but some of those stations or room are definitely dedicated to that math and literacy aspect.
And I would only add, when our title funds are received, we are required for some of those funds, and they tell us how much we have to set aside to support those nights, and it all comes from our Title I funds.
And the documents you shared, I think it's very impressive, I thought, you know, and especially with the school parent compact, where we are sharing responsibility with improved student academic achievement with parents and students. So so with that, I'm supportive of it. I hope that we'll continue to talk about Title I, policies, especially it's very timely right now. So moving on to the next one, which does have to do with title funds, and again, I support this amendment. But I was looking, again, just for a high level, and I think you just touched on it a little bit, like how and why do we use Title I funds to supplement, not supplant state and local funds that would, in the absence of Title I, should the Department of Education, the US Department of Education, go away, be spent on Title I programs.
Yeah, and we're gonna go into definitely more next week on this, because Dan and I are gonna give you a breakdown exactly of what schools receive the funds, how much they receive, and then those are all dictated by our census poverty rates in those areas. But those are all in addition to the general fund we receive, and whatever programming we do is really designed at interventions academically with kids during the school day, above and beyond what we're funded through MDE. And it really is for those kids who are farther from opportunities, and how do we ensure that they have as many opportunities as possible.
One clarification for the board. So Jesse does right now all of our federal and state programs. So all of our consolidated application has to be done through MDE for both state funds and federal funds that we get in excess of our general fund dollars. So a lot of the reporting and all that's fallen in her role. So when she says that, she's the person that gets to type a lot of that, working with her team and submitting that. So that's for K-12, she's doing that for the district, so.
And again, in the wording is state wording, right, as far as MDE is above and beyond, is that idea of the supplanting, right? Because we looked into, for instance, can you just fund teachers at Traverse Heights? Can I have because they're 100% free and reduced, can I have a teacher there, third grade teacher, and fund them with Title I funds? No, because that's not above and beyond. So the idea of above and beyond does fall into our behavior, math, reading intervention.
And I think that boosts my understanding, hopefully all of our understanding, the public's understanding of why Title I is important. It's roughly, I think, around $1.5 million that really support our economically disadvantaged students. And the next one I pulled is 5707, which had to do with school wellness, and Dr. Van Wagner already touched on that. We're gonna work hard on lobbying our legislators, but we're also gonna work hard with the things that we can control to help our families do this important paper that is very important, and so I'm not gonna dwell on it. I think you touched on it during your report. So with that, I will make the move that the Board of Education approve as listed and discussed board policy.
The three board policies.
That is as it was written, but probably not the correct, you did exactly what the Board of Education approved as listed.
and discussed.
That the Board of Education approves board policy as listed and discussed probably would be, that's how I agree right there.
I'll second.
Jesse, can I ask you a question? Are those Title I funds pass-through funds from the federal government? In other words, does the state accrue those Title I funds, or are they simply a pass-through from the feds?
I don't do that side of it, but I
Yeah,
believe
I
they're
can help.
passed
So
through.
it
Yes.
does go to the state, then the state appropriates through. You know, so one of the things that could be good about that is, you know, if for some reason the Department of Education, you know, again, I don't have a lot of belief that without congressional movement that can happen, it can be downsized. But even in the worst of scenarios, I think block grants would go to the states, and then from the states that money would pass through based on those federal regs.
Okay. There might
So,
be a delay in.
yeah,
all
cause
of
right
it.
now, the Michigan Department of Education actually does the auditing of all those federal funds already. They are paid by the federal government to have that role. So when you do your consolidated app, it's your state, federal, all wrapped into one, and you have a consultant from MDE that audits and approves all of those expenditures. So, you know, from that standpoint, I would see it as it still passes through now, that's the way that would be.
Thank you for that. That was.
Wes, am I wrong by that in any way? Thank you, okay.
And I wanted to make sure, I think somebody mentioned 5202 and 5206.
5202 and 5.
206, the student discipline?
No. So just two that
Connie, I don't know if you touched on those two. They were on the main points, so that would be a question for Connie.
Yeah, those are simply, they're affected by the Title IX regulation changes, so those changes are all statutorily required.
Thank you.
So there is a motion on the table, and the motion, I believe, is that the Board of Education approve board policy as listed and discussed. Did I have a second? I'm sorry. Who was the second? Beth, sorry, apologies on that. So with a motion and a second, Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
trustee Pack. Yes. Trustee Ballinger.
Yes.
Trustee Bird,
Yes.
trustee Moore. Yes.
Yeah.
And trustee Newman Bell.
Yes, sorry, I thought you said. I thought I had my name, so I apologize. It's not even that long of a meeting yet. So motion carries. Next item on discussion is the bond ratification resolution. If I just talk around like that.
Okay, so essentially this is ratifying the bond sale. So this is the amount of just over $90 million in the sale. Important part with this, so you know, that I think is very important to our taxpayers, is the true interest cost that after all of the bids were done, sat at 3.23 and some further down decimal points of percent, but you know, 3.23 and municipal bonds. That's a very good rate, and a lot of that is because of our team working hard and our boards, what we've done financially over the time. So to be able to have a very good AA minus stable credit rating allows that to happen. So Fifth Third Securities was the lowest bid. I know that from finance, Christine, the difference in all the bids was very little. They were all within decimal points of each other.
There were 11 competitors.
Yeah, I believe, and so really excited about that. I know that we will have that March 10th approval here, and then the closing is 13, and that's when the money hits the account. And as you know, we already have a lot of planning and everything going on to start for this summer, and so it begins based on that. Again, you will remember that is the last of the 2018 bond, and then the first sale, the first series of the 2024 bond. Any other questions on that? Because if you do, it's going to be Wes.
The bond sale was the date, March 10th. Oh no, was it February 12th? Yeah, that's not good. That's not a much of a spread. So I guess just yeah, it is good. And the AA, obviously, that is a shockingly small amount compared to, again, where some other districts were. And I think in the finance, that was one of the things, is only 30 districts have that rating now.
Yeah, I think we're right around less than 2% of the districts in the state have a rating of that or better, so we're in good company. And so again, fiscal responsibility, it's identified, by Standard & Poor's in that rating, and so, let's not screw it up.
Just a thank you too to our finance department and team, and thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, I can't tell you, I had the chance, just this weekend to sat with a couple of folks from Troon, going through this, and the first thing they say is that I hope you're lucky, how lucky you are at the team, because most districts don't have the kind of expertise that we have, and again, Wes and Sandy and Christine and all that team, we should not take it for granted.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion or motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the bond ratification resolution detailing the terms and conditions of the Traverse City Area Public Schools competitive 2025 bond sale.
A second.
All right, any other discussion? Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Moonmore?
Yes.
Trustee Ballinger?
Yes.
Trustee Byrd?
Yes.
Trustee Pack?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
And Trustee Newman Bale?
Yes, motion carries. Next discussion item, acceptance of a grant, deferring to Dr. Lambright.
Okay, again, twice a year we get the opportunity to apply to the Grand Traverse Band Ottawa and Chippewa Indians 2% grant. This comes from their gaming proceeds, and very, very fortunate to again receive a $25,000 grant for our student support network. And I'll ask Ginger, any other things to add with that might be important?
We have already met with the Father Fred organization, so we are full speed ahead. We're working right now with our transportation team, trying to finalize all of the stops, and so far, everything is going on as scheduled.
So part of our SSN work in the Sunshine Bus, we have food and clothes and necessities throughout the summer for students to have, because their needs don't end when the school year is over. And so Ginger and working with all of our SSN team, Katie, they do an awesome job of having those dates and partner organizations and opportunities to be able to get paperwork for enrolling in school, all those things. So if you have not had the chance to catch that Sunshine Bus, it's really cool. And they do a lot of good work with it, and this helps support our SSN that does a lot of that unbelievable work that is so needed by so many of our kids.
Great, awesome.
Very appreciative.
Yes, a big thank you. Any?
I move that the Board of Education accept the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians 2% grant.
Second.
Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Byrd?
Yes.
Trustee Pack?
Yes.
Trustee Ballinger?
Yes.
Trustee Moonmore?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yep.
Trustee Newman Bale?
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to bids and services and purchases, deferring to Dr. Lambright.
Okay, so we have our curriculum adoption, English language arts, with CKLA, and so I believe that we've had presentations. Dan, anything to add?
Yeah, just real quick, I just took a couple snippets from I know everyone received this presentation, I think for Scott, and Mr. Hardy has not seen it yet, so just real quick. The idea that we started the pilot 2 years ago, and this year we had 11 teachers that were early adopters in all the schools. We gathered feedback throughout the year, and note that feedback was reported back to principals and also other teachers. Just real quick here, I just wanted to highlight between these two slides, this is something that we're continuing to work on for K2. It's 120 minutes of implementation. And then for, that's K3 is 120 minutes, and for 4 or 5 is 90. So when we talking to teachers, this is a concern for teachers about finding this block of time. So we're trying to be a little proactive with our HR department when we do our schedules with specials to make sure we find these blocks of times. It's not always possible, but as far as teacher concerns, like I said, I wanted to mention that 120 minutes, especially for K3 is something that we are working on. Go ahead.
Is it daily?
That's daily, yep. Just real quick, I wanted to also emphasize some of the data that we used during our board curriculum and board finance meeting. Specifically highlighting when we look at our economically disadvantaged students, we saw more than a year's growth through this 4-year study. And then coming lastly to our CKLA costs and contracts, so it's a 5-year contract that includes all classroom kits, all digital access, also 1 year of boost reading. I discussed at board finance and board curriculum that the boost reading is for 1 year. Gonna gather some data on that and then extend it possibly for years 2 through 5. Materials costs $1,119,908, which includes a 10% contingency to account for any student fluctuations. This is funded by 35J, our literacy grant, and that'll be, I know there's some talk there about the curriculum department budget, but the vast majority, if not all of this, is gonna come out of 35J. We're gonna continue to look into our PD plan. That funding can also come from 35J, and Jesse and I have been working on possible funding out of Title II.
Alright. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Material costs include digital licensing as well?
It does.
It's
Yep.
comprehensive.
Yep, and that digital licensing will be JK. Also will be able to use that digital licensing as they are, we have a couple different programs they're using right now, and we've been working with JK. The differentiation of those kids that come into JK, they have some that are ready for preschool, some that are pretty close to kindergarten, so they have that flexibility.
Most excited for how many acronyms have changed in the last few years.
Okay, I'm catching on. I'll be talking acronym in no time.
The JK one always gets me too, obviously, because it's just like.
Kindergarten.
Yeah.
Dan, can you just go back a second to
Sure.
the block
Oops,
time?
Sorry.
What did you call it? The block time or
Yeah.
the 90
Sorry.
minutes and the 120 minutes?
Yeah.
How does that does that mean like, straight, or can they break that up?
They
into
can
two
break it up.
blocks? Okay.
It's preferred for K3 if we try to keep that in that block, but it's not like we can't deliver the curriculum without doing that. Quite honestly, when we look at our special schedules with our 11 elementary schools, shared time, sharing teachers with secondary, that's super hard to achieve in all of our schools. Then you throw in, obviously, lunch and an additional recess, but that's our goal. Like, we're trying to get a scheduling committee together with HR that has elementary principals to do our best to figure out where everyone wants specials in the afternoon, but to see where those blocks could open
And
up.
attention spans, I mean, at that age, the 90 and 120 minutes, that's.
Yeah, and it's not 120 minutes on the carpet.
Oh, no, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Okay.
Any other questions?
Just I wanna clarify, and probably good for the motion, is again that it is $1,119,908, which includes a 10% contingency.
I think Jersey does have a modified.
Yeah,
one.
I was gonna
Yep.
say that.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I move that the Board of Education approve the purchase of the ELA curriculum for $1,119,908, which includes a 10% contingency from the 35J literacy grant and, if necessary, curriculum department budget. Second.
Is there any other discussion?
The only thing I'm hearing, and I don't know, I mean, I'm just not sure exactly the impact of it, is when you're putting in the 120 hours for this, I'm hearing that it's affecting some of the other things that they used to teach. And one of the big ones is science.
Yeah.
And science is basically, doesn't have as much time. And so that's something I think we need to keep in mind.
But I think as they recall, there's so much integration with a lot of those other subjects in this particular program that can be done, that you didn't have to supplement it to make those things happen, and that was why it was preferable.
That's true with science and social studies. So we're trying to make those connections with the curriculum. The number one thing when we talk to especially upper L and we talk to teachers and students' engagement with the curriculum and how much it's gone up since Journeys. And a lot of that is because it integrates that science and social studies that students and teachers are interested in.
So, yeah, it's
We'll
just
keep an eye on
not,
that.
exactly,
Yep.
it's not to throw a stone, it's
Yep.
just.
Understood.
Okay, any other discussion? We have a motion on the table, and Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Do I get a second?
Yeah, you did.
Trustee Ballinger.
Yes.
Trustee Moore.
Yes.
Trustee Bird.
Yes.
Trustee Pack.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Newman Bale.
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to the draft 2025-2026 school year calendar, going to Dr. Madeline.
Okay, so we've had the chance to talk about this. This is a calendar. This does not require a vote of the board, just really an acceptance, and I'm providing it. Yet we had the chance to have the feedback during our committee meetings. I would like to announce that the TCEA has ratified the calendar. So I know that they were very happy with that outcome and process. Again, some highlights, some feedback that we had from parents. I know when we all met is there any way for us to reduce down half days and especially, and so this does go from 10 to 8, and it goes 8 actually to 7 early release days, which are very different, and only 1 half day, which is the last day of school. So we bring consistency to parents of when we get out, so they don't have to guess between the two. We've managed to be able to really get our professional development and get agreement on what happens during those early release days to bring PLC work into that time, so our teachers don't have to do so much maybe after school. So they're able to really concentrate and not have worked a full day in that aspect. So we think it's a step in the right direction. You know, we are bound by 180 school days, 1,098 hours, 5 days of professional development required for our teachers. And so, you know, not a lot of flexibilities there, but I think we're trying to do what we can. We'll continue to see what the state might bring in flexibilities in the future. But I think overall we improved the calendar. I know that we have some real solid agreement with our teacher partners, as well as TCAPS had the chance to give feedback in this as well. So just want to let you know that we are moving forward with this calendar, and at this point, Ginger will have a release for the calendar for saying coming here in the morning to our parents, and so they have that for spring break to be able to make all their future plans and all those kind of things. So we'll make sure that that gets done. So.
And you forgot the most important thing for parents, which is a 2-week winter
Christmas break
with 3 weekends.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
that's a good long break.
There you go. And go ahead, Ty.
No, I mean, I think you said 8 half days, early release days, but I think it's 10.
We went from 10 to 8.
We went
10
from
this
12 to
year.
10.
I'm sorry, 12 to 10, you're right,
12
thank
to
you,
10.
I did misspeak.
And it's all good.
But 9 of them are early release days, 1's a half day.
That's right.
Thank you, yeah. 2 less, and your numbers are correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
What
yeah.
we did with Good Friday?
So
It's
Good
spring
Friday
break.
falls on spring break.
Oh, it does.
But also we were able to, we kept Indigenous Peoples' Day as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, an early release day. Still plan on making sure that we do those teaching and honors that are built into our state curriculum that are there. And yet extending that day and hopefully helps our parents out a little bit with work and pickups and all those kind of things. And so again, step in the right direction, but Ty, thank you for that correction. I knew it was 2 less, I just went 2 more.
Can I just make one more comment too, is we were looking at it, obviously, we're always looking at cost saving measures. So by bringing in all of the PLC time into the early release days, that's a significant savings to the district because we were paying for that time outside of the school day, and as well as doing a different format for our opening kickoff day is also a savings. So there's a lot of that went into play, thinking of how can we best utilize our time and resources for the calendar. So all in all, very, very pleased.
And knowing our budget, you know, shortfalls that we have going into this next year, that's a part of those things that we put together to make an impact towards that we get later on the budget process, we'll share. But we're already, again, trying to put in action these things that are cost savings to really get the bottom line to that point that we're going to need to come our 25-26 budget.
I'll say congratulations, this is like three-dimensional chess to come up with this, and you've pulled it off.
And,
so
and our
thank
team,
you.
and you know, again, thank Jesse, Dan be a part of that with Connie, Christine, you know, all of the team to sit down with. Again, this is a process of partnership with our staff, and I'll just be really honest, I mean, you know, from going to really a little bit of serious change to it, I couldn't say it couldn't have gone smoother. I mean, our EA partners, our TCAPS partners, and our team working together just came and listened to parent feedback to everything to the extent we can.
Yeah.
And I truly feel we made a better calendar this year.
I think the following year will cooperate as well.
What's that?
Hard to say.
My role?
No, this is for next calendar year. The following year, hopefully, will work as well.
We'll worry about that when we get there. I'm just trying to get through tonight, Beth.
It's like the budget, John, the calendar never
Always
ends.
looking forward to the next challenge.
Yeah, fair enough.
And also we should, on that, we can worry about item H, which is the withdrawal from the insulin lawsuit that we added. I don't really, if there is any further discussion, we can have it. I could take a motion as well. So I don't know if anyone has prepared a motion.
Yeah,
I have it, hold on.
Here's something over here that I wrote.
Well,
The problem is I don't
here's a
have any
case
of that.
number, probably a good idea to list the case number in
Then
it, so
I can let Holly.
I'm gonna hand it to the lawyer.
merge it?
No, Holly's probably got it. You can have mine if you want it, but
I can see it.
I had none of that, so yours is probably, you could probably do it
Just
from
drop in
scratch.
the case number.
Here we
I
go.
didn't even know, well, we didn't even have the,
I move that the Board of Education
can use-
approve the superintendent or his designee to withdraw or dismiss, conditionally dismiss our participation in the complaint against various defendants who supply insulin coordinated by Throom Law. And that was actually not Throom, that was
Through Franz Law.
we, our contracts with True.
Well, it's technically with Franz and True.
Okay, and the case being in re insulin pricing litigation, case number 2:23-MD-03080 BRM RLS MDL number 3080 in front of the United States Court of New Jersey.
Second.
On video. She's got on video.
I know. Second from Beth. Obviously we covered it already, but if there are any questions, otherwise, Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Bird,
Yes.
trustee Peck,
Yes.
trustee Ballinger. Yes. Trustee Moon
Yes.
trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
and trustee Newman Bell.
Yes, motion carries. That is discussion item, public comment. I am seeing none. Moving on to the closed session portion of the agenda. One area we didn't cover is the laws have changed, Scott, now that you are not allowed to participate in a superintendent evaluation. You are allowed to be present, but you're not allowed to say anything of so.
Merit, yes, I can.
So it's
So
a
I-
difficult one, but the board are welcome to say yes or no. It's up to the board. I can't even invite you. The board would need to be okay with that.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we are now at the closed session portion of the agenda. May I have a motion for the board to go into closed session?
I move to enter into closed session for the purpose of conducting a periodic personnel evaluation as allowed by the Open Meetings Act 267 of 1976, section 81 or 81A. The closed session was requested in writing by the employee.
Second.
I'll give it to Josie here. It was a very tight tie. Any discussion? Tammy, please conduct a roll call vote.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
trustee Ballinger,
Yes.
trustee Bird,
Yes.
trustee Moon
Yes.
trustee Peck,
Yes, ma'am.
and trustee Newman Bell.
Yes, motion carries. We will return to this room after closed session. And we are now in closed session. there is no objection, we will return to open session. We are now in open session. Closing remarks, thanks, I know it was a longer meeting, a mentally draining one for the, going through, this process, but obviously welcome again, to our new
Down here in the
soon-to-be new trustee, Mr. Hardy, and, the next, Board of Education meeting is Tuesday.
Special.
Thank you. I was thinking it was the.
Did they even April again,
today.
were you?
Yeah, no, I was thinking it was already March 18th. I was like, we're not quite there yet. But the next Board of Education meeting is a study session on Tuesday, March 18th at 5 p.m. And it is in this room as well. So I appreciate everyone. And with that, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion that we adjourn.
We do have a
yes.
faster one, but do we have a second there, Beth?
Second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Meeting adjourned.